Candy, hey Candy, Earl, great to see you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Lots of wonderful smiling faces today. Good to see you, Candy. Pierre, great to see you. Lawrence Gold, good to see you again. I see Pat Buchanan here, but she hasn't turned her camera on yet. Cindy, if you can all please in the chat put where you are zooming in from. We like to know what parts of the world everybody is coming in from. And so,
Hey,
Jar
hey, hey, Christy. Good morning.
Hey Tom, good
Good
morning. You're in the
afternoon. Good evening, everybody. Welcome, welcome. It's high noon. I was gonna say high noon, but not quite. It's like 11 o'clock
right.
on the East Coast.
I know
Man, you guys get up late, Christy.
you're in the same time zone that I'm at, which I know is not normal for you.
No, I get to try a workshop in the middle of the afternoon. It's fun. I love it. I love it. Welcome, everybody. Good to see you here. Whether you're joining us for the first time or repeat attendees, welcome for the How to Use Your Next Book to Build a Seven-Figure Business. Even if you can't market your way out of a wet paper bag, how many people can market the way out of a wet paper bag? Raise your hand on the screen. Let's see. Let's see a few of you. Okay, good. How many people cannot market your way out of a wet paper bag? Raise your hand, wave those around. Some brave people. Lawrence, Darlene. Thank you for being open. There we go. Cindy's maybe. Earl scratching a nose. I think he just bought an auction prize. I don't know what that means, but I think the auction is sold, sold. Great to see you here. We got a lot of people registered. They're going to be popping in like crazy, but we always start on time. You know that if you've been to any of our workshops before. Christy, any opening thoughts as we jump into this?
I'm just excited to see some new faces, I don't want to say old faces, but some amazing faces that I've seen a couple times already. Lisa, Julie's here, Becky, great to see you all. This is going to be a great workshop, and I'm excited that you're able to join us.
And we have 18 million bots in the
Yeah,
waiting room.
I'm
Good
kind of
work.
double tasking right now.
All right, let's get rolling, everybody. We'll do this, and we're going to do this and say remove the pin. Oh, no, Spotlight is suddenly back. Look at that.
Oh, that's
That's
good.
interesting. It was gone when we were testing. Well, there you go. Is it Spotlight there, Kathy or Christy?
Cindy's giving us a thumbs up, so she says yes.
Okay, great, great, great. All right, welcome everyone to How to Use Your Next Book to Build a Seven-Figure Business, even if you can't market your way out of a wet paper bag. Tom Matson here, along with Christy Rufino, part of the Seven-Figure Book Launch Program. Super excited that you're here. This is live. It is now 11:02 on the East Coast. That makes it 8:02 on the West Coast. It also makes it 4 o'clock, I think, in the afternoon in the UK, wherever you're joining us from. If you haven't already done so in the chat, drop in. We see we got Ecuador in the house with Neves. We got New Boone, North Carolina with Pat. We got Minnesota with Candy and Victoria with Darlene, Victoria, BC by Stomping Grounds. What else we got? Conyers, Georgia with Earl. Hernando, Mississippi, just south of Memphis, Barbecue Central. But are you wet or are you dry, Rebs, Randy? That is the question. Whoever you are, thanks for joining us. Glad that you're here. There is no replay unless you stay until the end. We believe in rewarding people for working on their business. So if you stick around for the 4 hours, you will get a full replay with all the details. We'll also give you a chance to get the slide deck by leaving us a review. As we mentioned already in the chat, tell us your name. Oh, yeah, tell us the email you registered with, what you do, and what makes it special. What makes it special as well. Always an opportunity to network with other people when you're in an event like this. How to get the most out of these 4 hours. First off, start with this question. Instead of saying each of the sections we're going to cover, does this apply to me? Does this apply to me? Challenge yourself to say, how does this apply to me? This is our power question from our masterminds. If you run masterminds and you're not using this question, I highly recommend you add it in. It's such a powerful tool when you're doing your hot seats or your spotlights at the end of a session to go around the room and ask every single person, how does it apply to you? How does it apply to you? For today, it'll dramatically improve the value you get out of the content that we're going to cover if you ask that. Some of the stuff will make sense right away. Some of the stuff you'll be like, yeah, that's not me. That doesn't apply. That could be your biggest breakthrough. This is not a 45-minute pitch described as a webinar, described as a supposed training. This is a deep dive, 4 hour. We cover about 8 hours worth of information, I think. Hey, Christy, the last time we did this. So we're going to cover a lot of ground. And yeah, at the end, we'll give an opportunity for those that want to come play with us at a higher level. But you do not, if it's your first time coming to one of our workshops, you do not need to spend another dime beyond your tuition that's going to Kiva. Thanks again for that. We'll tell you more about that in a second. You do not need to spend another dime to get value out of today. I promise you. You do not need to spend another dime to do that. We're very proud of that. It is live. The more you play, including cameras on, the more you will apply after it ends. I'm going to go to gallery mode here now. Let's just see how many of you got your cameras on, because I just see those with cameras on the way our system is set up. There's Lisa, Shira, William, Neves, Heather. Oh, Jeremy threw his camera on. Good work,
Oh,
Robert.
yay.
That's the way.
Last minute
Dr.
camera.
Andre, Roldy. There we go. That's the way. And William's upside down. That's a cool look. He's like floating in space, joining us from the International Space Station, I guess. It must be because he's upside down on my screen. That's wild. I've never seen that before.
Wait. Oh, yeah. William.
Floating.
Doing
Floating.
that.
Excellent. So yeah, cameras on, you get more out of it, and we get more out of it. We get more out of it. So it's a win-win. Chat is the place to share answers and input. We'll have some polls. We'll ask you questions. Very important. If you've never been to our workshop before, this is super important. Every section, we're going to ask you for hashtag takeaway, your input. What stood out for you? What was your biggest aha in the previous section? Every time we do this workshop, we make a bunch of changes to it. We made a bunch more changes today because of the feedback we get from you in this section. So it'll really help us help more entrepreneurs get more out of their business if you can do that. Share what lands, share what resonates. It tells us, number one, what landed, but also number two, what didn't land, right? And then we can go back and look and say, why didn't that land, right? So for example, one of the things we're going to do today is we're going to work with one of you and build your high ticket program on the spot, live. How cool is that? One of you, now you're going to have your camera on in order to play that game, obviously. But that's a new thing because we saw there were some questions when we were discussing the structure because we covered pretty quick. Well, how does it apply to me? Of course, right? Of course. So we're going to do that live for those, for one of you at least, that we will work on that today. And speaking of Kiva, thank you again for supporting Kiva. To date, we've now done 254 loans in 70 countries. That puts us in the top 98th percentile of all the over 1 million people that have contributed to Kiva. I got a thank you note. A loan was paid off this morning, Christy.
I
gotta
love
set
that.
you up to automatically get copies of those because they're really inspiring. But here's the crazy part. I wonder if I can pull it up because I think you guys will all appreciate this. Tell them what microloans are in case they don't know while I look this up, Christy.
Yeah. So what I love is we're actually both contributing to Kiva and we're both supporting entrepreneurs and we have the ability to kind of see what businesses they're creating and based on, what we feel resonates with us, we give them loans, microloans, and then they actually pay it back. So once they pay it back, then we continue to loan it out. So all of the tickets prices that we get, even the VIP sales, we're supporting multiple entrepreneurs because it's the gift that keeps giving, right? And when they pay it back, we just keep supporting more entrepreneurs. So it's wonderful. I love it.
Here's the update from Kenya. Nancy has paid off her loan, but I want to show you the picture of Nancy.
Yeah. I mean, they're real people.
Real people. It looks like a serial killer. It looks like somebody you wouldn't like. You're like, oh my God, this is kind of scary. But actually, Nancy wrote the article. This person is Judai Kilimo, a farmer in Kenya. And thanks to you guys and some previous attendees, her loan has now been paid back. And what we do then is we take that money and relend it. We put it back out in the marketplace and relend it again. So thank you for that. We really appreciate that. Helping women gain security and independence in developing countries. Pretty cool work. We love it. All right, so on to how to use your next book to build a seven-figure business, even if you can't market your way out of a wet paper bag. Tom Matson, Christy Ruffino. Start with a quote from Jay Abraham, one of the foremost marketing strategists on the planet. He says, if you have a product that delivers value, and by product, he means product or service, you have a moral obligation to reach as many people as you can. We're going to show you how to make a seven-figure business around your wisdom and knowledge, but it's not about the seven figures. That's the measuring stick. That's the reward for adding value to people's lives. It's the adding value. It's the adding value. That's the game we're playing. I'm going to go to gallery mode. Give me a physical thumbs up if you agree with that statement. Yeah, love it. Appreciate that. Thank you guys. Appreciate it, Pat. Yeah. Oh, and we got some cyber thumbs up even too. Thank you. Yeah, it's the game we're playing. It's the game we're playing. We're going to show you how to monetize it. And because here's the thing, good people who monetize do more good in the world. So we're the ones that should be making the real money. We're the ones that should be making the real money because we can do good in the world with it. That's our mission for today. Why should you invest 4 full hours? Well, here's our promise. Give us 4 full hours and we'll show you how to build a seven-figure impact business, leveraging the power of a business book and viral marketing. We're going to cover a bunch of things, 8 steps on how to build a seven-figure impact business, how to write a great business book in 30 days, 8 key myths and challenges. We actually updated that. It's now 5. Let me update that right live time here because we forgot to do that, didn't we? 5 key myths. Oh, there we go. 5 key myths and challenges. These are the things that are going to stop you before you even get started, right? One of the most painful things, we're going to share a lot of strategy with you today and a lot of tactics. And if you stick around for the 4 hours, you're going to get the full replay. If you leave us a review at the end, you're going to get all the slides. So you don't have to do screenshots every 3 seconds or any of that stuff, okay? If you're like me, you're a screenshotter, you don't need to do that if you're planning to stick around. We're going to talk about those 5 key myths. We're going to talk about how to create a tribe of raving fans eager to buy your book. Plus, why the ascension model is dead and what you want to do instead. How to generate 9 times the leads and 3 times the sales. The power of strategic risk reversal. How to triple your show up rate and double your conversions with webinars. Yeah, let me say that again. How to triple your show up rate and double your conversions with webinars. Plus, we will give you a super special time sensitive opportunity to go deeper with us for those that want our help, and we'll guarantee it. So that's the 4 hours. If you stick around to the end, not only will you get the replay, but we have a special gift for you to help master the process too, for those of you that invest the time working on your business. So who are we? If you're not familiar with the 7-figure book launch leadership team, that's Tom on the left and Christy on the right. Look, wait a sec. I matched the photo. Did you see that? I matched the photo
Oh,
today.
you have the same outfit on. Holy
Exact
cow.
same outfit on. That's cool. That's kind of fun. Our mission is to help purpose-driven entrepreneurs stop hiding inside their own brilliance and build a legacy-level business that doesn't just pay the bills, it changes lives, creates freedom, and leaves a mark on the world long after they're gone. I get to introduce my co-host. Christy is a speed-loving strategist, podcast host, and best-selling author with 22 books, who turns entrepreneurs into empowered and profitable brand heroes by leveraging their wisdom and a great business book. After 22 plus years equipping over 3,000 business owners to increase their impact and income, Christy knows that when you're finally ready to step into your genius zone and stop trading hours for dollars, you can have a profitable impact and legacy business that lights you up. Christy is an avid reader, serial smartass, and a proud grandma of 2 of the most adorable kids ever. She has thousands of photos to prove that claim. She swears she will never skydive, but is addicted to triple-digit speeds down open country roads on her Harley Davidson Street Glide. Hey, Christy.
Hey, Tom. Thank you so much. I am excited to be here, and I have the honor of introducing you.
Yay!
Yay. You have to change the screen.
You
There we
want to
go.
change slide, make it easier to read? I'll remove the pin too.
Yeah, I could wing it. What do you think? Should I just wing it, guys? What do you think? Nah, I'll stay on
Easily.
script. So Tom has started some 94 businesses of his own, 11 of them to 7 figures and beyond. More importantly, his personal coaching clients have generated more than $175 million in sales in dozens of industries across the globe. And I'm always just amazed by when I see him talking to people with other industries that he just has this brilliance, right? He's so wise in so many areas. However, he's made more mistakes on his own business than most people have made in a lifetime. He's made and lost millions several times over. He's a two-time international best-selling author with some 192,000 copies of his books sold to date. And he's going to share his story about that a little bit later. But Tom shares his authentic self with communities around the globe with real life stories of glorious triumphs and colossal failures. Leveraging his priceless knowledge, Tom is on a mission to empower entrepreneurs to do good and make money at the same time.
Boom, boom, boom. Thank you, Christy. Now, enough about us. Let's talk about you. Today's content will work for you if you're a total beginner, you're starting completely from scratch. You sell digital products, maybe courses, memberships, software. You're an affiliate marketer and your business is selling other companies' products or services. You want to get clients. Maybe you're a coach, a consultant, a service provider, or an agency. Or finally, you're a nonprofit or a charity and your business is helping others. Your business is helping others. So let's open up the polls here. Where are the polls tucked away here? And question one, which category best describes you? You should see that on the screen. We got 50 people here in the room already. Way to go, guys. Awesome. Just pick the one that's the closest fit for you. We'll give you a second. This is the audience participation part of the call. Rush back to your computer if you're out getting coffee or something.
Come on, everyone.
You're making an espresso, make me one and rush back.
All right, well, we're at 46%. Let's get a few more of you back here to share where you're at.
Oh yeah, we can get higher than that. Come on, guys.
Yes, we can.
Let's get to 80%. We're at 58%. 58%. Running out of steam. 10 seconds. 9, 8.
Come on, everybody.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh,
all right,
68.
66%. 66%. All right, so here are the results. Christy, you want to read them out?
Yes, total beginners. We have 18%.
Nice. That's
Digital
like
products, courses, memberships, software, 18% as well. And then in the getting clients category, coaching, consulting, services, agencies, 65%. Love that.
Digital products, total beginners. Oh man, I wish I'd learned this before I started any of those 94 businesses. That would have shortened it. Would have been like 20 businesses instead, that for sure. You're going to love that. So your beginners will love it. Digital product people will love it. We'll give you some insights on how to add in much higher margin items to it. And most of you are in the client getting business. That's the core part of our audience. You're going to love this. Lots of ground to cover. Super excited about that. Thank you everyone for playing along. Let's continue here. All right, we're going to do this throughout the workshop. Hashtag takeaway. Christy will throw in the chat hashtag takeaway, and then you share what stood out for you. And in this case, the first 17 minutes, what stood out. Maybe it's, hey, these guys started on time. No one does that anymore. Yeah, we do. We do. Yeah, I have a real simple thing. You're investing some cash to be here for the cause for Kiva, but you're also investing your time. That's the most precious commodity we have. And so we always start on time. We always end on time, and you should too. If you're not doing that, change your plans. Start, move it up. You should be starting on time. Maybe that stands out. Maybe it's something to do with the audiences that we're talking about. Maybe it's the J. Abraham quote. You have a moral obligation to serve as many people as possible. Whatever stands out for you, drop it in there. And as we go through each of the content sections, we'll do the same thing. We appreciate your help. This is our transition slide. Tell them about this one, Christy.
Well, this is the Naples Pier that is not anymore after the hurricane of, I think it was 23. But they are starting to rebuild it, that one, as well as the one in Fort Myers. So I'm super excited about that, to be able to go to the beach and actually pretty soon be able to walk on the pier.
Yeah. So that's the Sunset, because it's on the Gulf side, right?
Yes.
On the Gulf side of Florida.
Yeah.
Beautiful sunset. I saw a gorgeous sunrise over the ocean. I don't get to see sunrise over the ocean a lot, Christy. So
Yeah.
it's pretty exciting. In fact, across the street, I'll have to show you this. There are two tall towers with a notch between them, and the sun was coming up between the notch.
Oh, wow.
It was like, wow, someone thought that through. It was pretty cool. All right. So, what started this all off, right? Well, this was my home run. This was my home run after starting some 187 coffee bars. A top publisher invited me to write a book on the topic. And my business partner and I, and they asked us to write a book on the topic, and we were like, "Yeah, that sounds great. Let's do that." Very interested in doing that. Um, the four full editions, 21 countries, international bestseller, many times over. It's really, really impressive. Last total was 192,000. I just actually dialogued my publisher. We're going to get an updated number. I think we're past 200,000 now, Christy, on that, which is a very special, like less than one half of 1% of all books ever get to that. So we'll get an updated number on that. But either way, 192,000 is pretty impressive, right? More than every other book on the subject combined, I'm told by my publisher. So you take all the books on how to start a coffee bar in the world, and this one has outsold it. This one has outsold it. Pretty good, right? Pretty decent, right? That's pretty good for a book, I would say, right? But no link to a high ticket offer.
Mm.
No link to a high ticket offer. Based on what we're going to share with you today, that means I left somewhere between 20 and $40 million off the table in sales. Let me say that again. I left 20 to $40 million off the table. Now, I actually published this book after a decade of doing this. I wasn't planning on doing coffee bars anymore. I could have referred it to somebody else, Candy. I could have introduced them to someone else that could do this. I could have made somewhere between 2 and 5 million in referral fees, for Pete's sake. But oh no, I had no clue about the importance of this. I thought a book was about the book. The book is not about the book, people. It's not about the number of books that you sell either. It's about the lives you can change from your book. And once I learned that, everything changed. So here's the single most important thing. If you get nothing else out of the 4 hours with Christy and I today, the purpose of your business book is to accelerate the sales of your high ticket program, because it's the high ticket programs that will change people's lives. The book does not change your life. People say that from time to time. Oh, I read this book, it changed my life. No, it didn't. You read the book and then you applied the book and it changed your life. Right, Earl? A book doesn't change your life. It's applying it that changes your life. And in a high ticket program, you can add skills, accountability, and mentorship. Skills, accountability, and mentorship. I'm going to tell you a story about a conversation I had on the ride to SeaTac Airport yesterday, Christy, at some point today, and it'll blow your mind about the difference of that one little criteria when it comes to getting results for people. It'll absolutely blow your mind. And so for those of you that are new to high ticket program world, and I see at least about 20% of you know the high ticket world. You're in it, you're working on it, you're working to build and scale. And good for you for being here, sharpening your saw, practicing, getting your skills up, right? For that means for about 80% of you, though, this may be new. A lot of the stuff we cover. The purpose of your book is not a book, it's not a business card, it's not to get you stages. It does all that stuff. The purpose, though, the most wanted response is to accelerate the sales of your high ticket program. So, Christy, anything you want to add to that before we jump into the next piece?
Yeah, I've been in publishing for like 13 years, and I've helped a lot of people have either their own book or be published in a co-authored book. And it's very, very rewarding to help people hold that first book in their hand, right? It's a huge accomplishment. But it broke my heart when I would touch base with them later and find out that they didn't get any results in their business from that. Like they were frustrated. I was frustrated. Their books were just collecting dust and they didn't have a strategy in place to actually attract their clients and convert them into or their right fit clients and convert them into clients so they could actually help them, right? We could read a book, but if we don't implement it, if we don't get customized support, we're not necessarily getting the best result. And so that's why I love this model, is because we're able to have the book be a component of the whole thing, which is to make a bigger impact in the lives of the people who we're meant to support.
Love it. Love it. Well said. So why high ticket instead of low ticket? Well, this is the first thing we're gonna, for some of you, this may be a big eye opener. So we're gonna show you the math first. Yeah, we're gonna make you do math bright and early on a Thursday morning. Grab your cell phone, open up your calculator, grab your cell phone, open up your calculator. If you've got an old school calculator beside you, congratulations, Grandpa. Pull your calculator out.
Wait, I'm a grandma. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, nothing wrong with that either. I'm not biased. Grandma or grandpa, if you got the old school calculator, good for you. How many clients does it take to generate seven figures in sales? That's what we're going to spend a couple minutes on,
Okay.
right? If you know your math, this is easy. If you don't, we're going to give you sample numbers to use. So for you beginners out there, right, if you don't have answers to this question, just use the numbers we're going to give you. For low ticket, if you currently sell a low ticket offer, and a low ticket offer is anything under $2,000, so $37, $47, $57, $97, $297, you've got a low ticket offer, take $1 million and divide it by that number, and it'll tell you how many sales you need for $1 million, right? And if you've got multiple low ticket, take the one that sells the most. Take the one that sells the most, okay? And give me a thumbs up on the screen once you've done the math for that, so I know that you're following along here. Because math in early days is a bit of work. I understand. Jeremy's thinking about it. Don't take your shoes off, Jeremy, to count this. I mean, there's no smell-o-vision on Zoom, fortunately, so it won't matter, but, please don't. Although I will tell you, Christy, for the first time ever, I'm pro on top and I'm party on the bottom. I've got my beach shorts on and my beach socks on, and I've got my jacket on today. Ray took a picture of it so he could share you later. It was pretty funny. Okay, so that's the first step, right? Low ticket, right? Medium ticket is $2,000 to $10,000. So if you have something already that's in the 2 to 10, oh, by the way, for low ticket, if you don't have a low ticket, use 97. Just use 97. It's a great one, and you'll see what happens with that. For medium ticket, 2,000 to 10,000. 2,000 to 10,000 is medium ticket. If you have a medium ticket offer, divide that by a million, tells you how many clients you need for $1 million in sales. If you don't have that, you can take 2,000. That's nice and easy. It works out really simple math for you. And high ticket is 10,000 and up. 10,000, 25,000, 100,000, quarter million. Divide $1 million by that. And on that one, if you don't have a high ticket already, use 10,000 because that's the lowest possible price to be considered high ticket. And we'll talk about how you do that later today. Don't worry about that right now, but just to figure out the math, and share the examples on the slide. So it'd be like this. If low ticket was $97, it'd be 10,309. If medium was 2,000, it'd be 500. And if 25,000, which is our most common number, it'd be 40. And then you want to, in the chat, share it like this. Share it like this. 3 numbers with a slash in between them. So 10,309 slash 500 slash 40. If you don't have numbers, use our exact numbers and take 10,309 slash 500 slash 40, hit enter in the chat. And Christy, share what you're getting for answers.
Okay. Well, we have Lisa Murphy. Hey, Lisa. Glad you're in.
Good job, Lisa.
Yep. 500, 250. Pat Buchanan, 5,000, 500, and 100. Becky Swanson, 1538, 400, and 100.
Nice.
Cindy Burns only did 2. So Cindy, do you only have 2 offers at this point?
You need to do your high ticket as well. Just come up with one for high ticket, Cindy. 10, 25,000, anywhere in that range.
Earl, looks like he did the example of 10,309, 540.
Good job, Earl.
Uh, Dr. Shira, well, I'm glad you made it too as well. You only have a high ticket, so 40.
All three, Shira. Come on.
Yep,
Come
come on,
on.
you can do
Follow the instructions.
it. Um,
There's a reason for this. There's a reason for this, everyone. Okay.
yes.
Oh, there's Randy's got a big one here. I like
Randy's
this.
is backwards. So, oh gosh, I have to reorganize.
A
No.
thousand, 333, and 142. Randy gave us twice as much information and four lines. Way to think outside the box, Randy, and make it difficult for us to follow along.
I know, come
Thank
on. Um,
troublemaker. I like it. I
uh,
like Randy already.
yeah,
Just high
he's
ticket,
an
Jesse. Yeah,
outlier. No
all
one cares.
three, Jesse. There's a reason. There's a reason.
Candy did the example 10,309, 540. Brenda Sheldrake,
There we go.
21,276, 540.
Let's stop there. Brenda is
Okay.
a perfect example, right? So she's done a low ticket that's a tripwire price, which is what a lot of the people teach you. A
Hmm.
lot of the people in our industry teach you to do it. Sell something low and then work your way up and then work your way up. And we'll get into this more later. But guess what? It's a lie perpetuated by our industry to keep you broke and buying their stuff.
Hmm.
Whoa, that's a very bold statement, Tom. Yeah, it's a bold statement. I know over 10,000 people that sell their wisdom and knowledge. You know how many make money off of starting low ticket and working your way up at every step of the way? Seven. Seven out of 10,000. So why do they teach this ascension model? Why do they tell everyone to do this? Because you won't become wealthy, so you'll have to keep on buying their training. It's the only thing that makes sense. Now, I've actually had some heavy hitters admit that to me behind the scenes in their green room in the high end masterminds. Most won't admit it, right? Which means either they're ignorant, they don't know any better, which the ones that are doing this for a while know better, right? Or they're lying, or they're lying. And I would profess, I mean, the heavy hitters that know better tell you better.
Hmm.
Alex Hormozy is very transparent about this, right? Jay Abraham, very transparent about this. Lisa Nichols, very transparent about this. Marie Forleo. I mean, there are a lot of heavy hitters that are very transparent. The vast majority, no. Vast majority don't. We're going to tell it like it is. We're not going to sugarcoat it. All right, hashtag takeaway. Maybe that's your insight. Holy crap, I need a lot of sales to do a million at $47, right? But notice how small the last number is, Brenda. 40. 40. Are there 40 people you can serve and make a difference in their lives in the next 12 months, Brenda? Yes.
Hmm.
There are 40 people all of us can serve. Are there 400? Maybe. Are there 40,000? Not likely. Maybe over the next 10 years, but in the next 12 months, not likely. Look at the data. Look at the data. People get confused in our industry because they don't look at the data, right? This exercise is more than an exercise in just math. It's to force you to look at the three numbers in a row and go, holy cow. Because even people who start in the high ticket world get drawn back into low ticket all the time because it's so sexy. Well, I'll just come up with a simple little offer to sell over here. There's no harm in that, right? It's a piece of my main offer. Well, there is harm if you focus on that. You won't get to where you want to go. That's the harm. You won't get to where you want to go. And worse, you won't be profitable along the way. You won't be
Yeah,
profitable along the way. I
and I
know,
also
Christy,
want to
that's
say,
a huge thing for you.
yeah, and I also want to say that if you stay low ticket or the jack of all trades with all these little baby offers, you're never going to be seen as the go-to expert, the specialist in your field. So you're constantly hunting more clients all the time instead of having people come to you because they know that you can really make a difference in their life.
Love that. Love that. Well said. Okay. All right. Transition slide. Myths and challenges. So we've narrowed this down to five, but they're still here, and here's why. If you want to genuinely build a seven-figure business and you're not, you're probably stuck on one or all of these five. That's been our experience. So we're going to give you all the strategy to build your seven-figure business today. You literally will not need a single other piece of training and knowledge to get you there. I promise you that. By the time you're done, this will be the best training you've ever seen in this subject, period, full stop. The only time we get better is when Christy and I or our Cheryl and Danella and I do a 3-day version of the same training. That's it. But all we're doing is taking the same training in these 4 hours and going deeper on it, right? We don't add more. It's the same training. So you will get that today. But 6 months from now, 9 months from now, will you have $1 million in sales? It pretty much is based on two things. Are you applying this information? Or if you are applying it and you're not getting the results, one of these other five are getting in your way. So that's why we're going to spend a bit of time on this one. Not a lot, but it's super important for us to help you overcome that. Christy, let's do the first one.
Yeah. So what got you to six figures in sales will not get you to seven, or that's the myth. People think that you can do the same thing, that you can just keep working harder. You can build a business, get to six figures, and then just keep working harder to continue to grow. Unfortunately, there gets to a point where you burn out. You can only work so hard. And so there needs to be a different strategy, and you need to start leveraging your wisdom, and you need to start doing things differently. And I'm going to share my story in a little bit briefly, how for decade, or for at least a good decade, I just thought I could keep working. Hey, I'm not afraid of working hard. I can work hard. But all of that did was kept me spinning my wheels. And so I had to actually get out of my comfort zone and do things a little different, do things that were uncomfortable. But it did allow me to not only grow my business better, but it allowed me to create more peace in my life, more freedom, and actually be able to have the time now to go deeper with my clients. So it's definitely more about different strategies and setting your business up to scale so you can actually help more people, but not by working more.
Yeah. An example I would give you is, I just traveled from the West Coast to the East Coast, so I could a day early, so I could do this workshop with you guys. And tomorrow I'm in a 2-day conference in Miami on raising capital from institutional investors. Institutional investors are family offices and funds that will write checks for $1 million, $5 million, $10 million. I've never raised money from that audience.
Mhm.
I've raised millions from friends and family investors, venture capital investors, angel investors, multiple times for decades. So that area I know really, really well. But what I have learned is applying those strategies to people that write 7 and 8-figure checks. Not a good strategy, right? It's less effort, but way better results. The
Mhm.
same thing building a 7-figure business. You heard in my bio, if you were here at the start, 94 businesses, 11 to 7 figures and beyond. That means 83 didn't get to 7 figures. That means I am probably the best expert in this room at not getting to 7 figures, right? I did it 83 times. And I can tell you it's because I didn't know the stuff we're talking about today. Really, really simple, right? It's different strategies. It's
Mhm.
5 figures to 6 figures, more will work. A
Yeah.
100,000 to a 250,000, more will work. A 250,000 to 500,000, now it starts to change. It starts to change. And definitely 7 figures won't happen with the same strategies. All right, myth number 2, you can't charge as much for group coaching as you can for one-on-one. By the way, I'm going to go to gallery mode. How many people believe that? You cannot charge as much for group coaching as you can for one-on-one. Wave your hand. See how many crazy people we got. One. Oh, only one or two crazies in the
Wow.
room. Good job, Cindy. Thanks for being honest. Dawn is thinking about it, but her hand's disappearing because she's got a virtual background. So I'm not sure if she's waving or just like disappearing. So here's the thing. You can if it's done right. You can if it's done right. One-on-one coaching in a group setting is way better than one-on-one coaching on its own. And the reason is the rest of the people in the room are going to ask qualifying, deep, reinforcing questions or parts of things you may not have realized to answer. And the combined result is better than just one person one on one. If that wasn't the case, when you take a company public on a stock exchange, and I took a company public on the Toronto Stock Exchange several years ago, we took training for our board members. We had to have 7 board members. That was the law, 7 or more. If one was better, one-on-one was better, one would have been allowed. But the exchange knows to protect shareholders, you need multiple points of view. You need multiple people keeping an eye on the people running these companies, right? Checks and balances, right? I mean, I don't need to tell my American friends about the need for checks and balances. Your entire political system is built on checks and balances. Thank heaven. I don't care whether you're a libertarian or a democratic socialist, checks and balances have kept America, hanging in there with all the craziness of the last few years, right? It's so important. Same for group coaching. It's more valuable done right. It's more valuable done right. If it's done poorly, no, it's way less valuable. So it really depends how you do it. It depends how you do it, right? My favorite parallel there is lobster bisque. You can have lobster bisque that has absolutely no chunks of lobster in it, and it's the best tasting lobster bisque you'll ever have. But it's got to be made with lobster, lots of it, right? So it depends on how you do your group coaching, but it definitely can be way more valuable and, more importantly, better results for your people. Better results for your people. We all know it's more efficient for us, right? Better results for your people. And we got now 50 some people in this room, 58, 59 people in this room, which is awesome. Way to go. Can you imagine if we had to spend 4 hours with each and every one of you, one at a time, going through that? That's like a month and a half work, right? So now this isn't coaching, this is training. It's different, right? But when we take one of you and bring you up on screen later on the call, as we announce we're going to do today for the first time, we're going to build a high ticket program on the spot. I guarantee at least a dozen or 2 dozen of you will get value out of that exercise. All of you, if you're paying attention, right? Okay. Myth number 3, Christy.
Yeah, you need to hire a lot of people to build a 7-figure business. And I actually think this is even less of a myth these days, but people still think that AI, we can do so much with AI, bring together AI teams. But even if you're not like jumping into the AI space yet and have your agents all working for you, you don't need to have, if your business is set up to be efficient and leveraged correctly, you just need to have a few key people. I don't have any other full-time employees. I have a few people that I outsource to, but I definitely don't have a big team, and I didn't want a big team because having a big team just always felt heavy for me. It just seemed like a lot of work. And so I kind of set my business up, and we work with our clients to help set their businesses up. So that way they are delegating the right things.
And you're building your AI agent team,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
So Christy now has multiple AI agents. I have multiple AI agents.
Yeah.
They're helping us run our team. We had a speaker at Platt VIP, one of our strategic alliance events a few weeks ago, Simon Severino from Austria. He runs an 8-figure coaching consulting business. He has 3 people on his team, and he has 47 agents. In fact, the most hilarious part was he said, I have 47 agents. Well, last time I checked, it was 47, but since my agents are empowered to create agents, it's
Yes.
probably more.
Yes.
He's got agents whose job is to create agents. That's cool. That's cool. Now, I just want a quick check. How many of you have AI agents that are actually running part of your business right now? Let's see, wave your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Fantastic.
Good.
Right?
Yay.
Right. So you know what we're talking about, right? You do need people to help you grow your business if you're going to build a 7-figure business. You don't need a lot of humans. You need a few, but not a lot. And that's a myth. You don't need a lot. Now, it depends on the business. This is the wisdom and knowledge business. If you're in the restaurant business, right? Out of the 187 coffee bars, I think about 20 did $1 million its first year. They weren't designed to do $1 million in sales. So occasionally we build a super big one or a super big location, and it was designed to do $1 million in sales, but normally they weren't. But the ones that were had 40 staff. They had 40 staff. So yeah, you need a big team if you're going to build a coffee bar that does 1 million in sales. That's a lot of beans. That's a lot of frothing of milk, right? You need a big team, but not in the knowledge and wisdom business. Not in the knowledge and wisdom business. Okay, let's go back here and remove pin. Let's go to myth number 4. You need to have a large tribe to earn 7 figures. So this is your list. This is your community. This is your audience, right? We actually, if those of you who are involved with 1,000-person tribe know it starts audience, community, tribe as you get better and better engagement, right? People think you need a large tribe to earn 7 figures. 3 years ago, Simon Headley and I ran a masterclass called All About Creating Raving Fans. And in it, we taught that 50 raving fans is a 7-figure coaching business. 50. Now, to be sure, raving fan is much more than happy customer. Raving fan is loyal when you mess up, willingly spends more with you, and willingly refers more unsolicited. It's a very specific subset. Very specific subset. So it's not everybody, that's for sure, that you work with, but 50 raving fans. Have you seen this, Christy, in the knowledge and wisdom business, right? It doesn't take hundreds and hundreds of raving fans. It takes a handful of raving fans to build a 7-figure business. I mean, you hit 7 figures in this business in the first year, right? We hit that in the first year. How many raving fans? By that criteria. Loyal when you mess up. Well, we had a bunch of those because we messed up a lot. Willingly spent more and referred to unsolicited.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the next slide is going to say it takes decades. We're going to talk about that. But yeah, I was able to get to 7 figures in 9 months. And that was just through my contact base, right? I hadn't really been doing anything to build my tribe up until that point. I started afterwards, but it was just the people that I already had contacts with.
But I mean, hardly any raving fans at that point, right?
Right.
Not thousands is my point.
No, correct.
Yeah.
And when we go back and look at the math we did, if you look at your high ticket offer, and if some of the people needed 50 clients or less to get to $1 million, you don't need to have thousands to really make big results in your bank account if you're going the high ticket route.
Love it. Myth number 5.
Yes. So it takes decades to build a 7-figure business. So Tom and I had a conversation. A few months later, we kind of launched this program, and it was 9 months of really just focused, getting out of my comfort zone, owning the fact that I can have a big offer. But it took 9 months to be able to hit to the 7-figure mark. And it kind of blew my mind. I just did it. But looking back, I'm like, holy cow, I stopped chasing shiny objects, and I just stayed focused on one goal.
Yeah. Now, can it take decades? Yeah. Right? 94 businesses, 83 never got there. Never got there, right? So it can take a long time. It can be forever, right? But with the right strategies and the right approach, it doesn't take decades. It can be done much, much faster. All right. So you're over to you guys now. Which myth or false belief are you most guilty of? We're going to open up the poll again, and we're going to get your feedback on this. Let's go to polls. We're going to do, back, and poll number 2, launch. Okay. Which myth or false belief are you most guilty of? Just pick the one you're most guilty of. And if you're perfect, the one that you're used to be most guilty of. How about that? We got 66% of the room who did this last time. If you're away getting coffee, rush back and fill out the poll. It's on the screen.
They're piling up here fast. Here we go.
There we go.
Keep going.
That's the way.
Momentum going.
40%. That's the way. We got 30 seconds left.
Dr. Shira, put it on the poll, not in the chat.
It will have popped up on your screen.
Same thing, Randy, if you can.
Yeah, not in chat, on there.
There we go.
62%. We're getting there. 13 seconds, 12 seconds,
Oh, come
10,
on. We got to get to 68. One more. One more. Come on. We can do. There we go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And okay. I sped it up. Okay. All right, Christy, share the data.
All right. Well, we have 22% said that they believe that what got them to six figures will get them to seven.
Okay.
16% group coaching doesn't pay as much as one-on-one. 16% again that they need a large team. And the biggest one is that you need a large tribe. So 32%
Mm,
believe that. And
yeah.
then looks like the lowest one, 14% thought that it would take decades.
5 of the people. Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
All right. Good stuff. Thank you for that. We will tackle every one of these going forward, but now you're aware. One of the cool things about being aware of mis or false beliefs is just awareness can help you get rid of them. Right?
Hmm.
I mean, sometimes you need like a Shiraz Babu to go in your brain and scramble it around. To be fair, I know I needed stuff like that.
Or
So
unscramble it.
for those of you that have made and lost millions multiple times, yeah, sometimes you need intervention. Or I'm just saying, sometimes you do. You just do. You know, Tyler Watson, Shiraz Babu, there's a bunch of people out there who specialize in this juju magic, and I'm sure there's some on the call today who do as well. But just being aware of it, it's just like all of a sudden, like, okay, you mean I'm not supposed to eat thirds when I go out for dinner? That's a bad thing. Seconds is okay, but thirds is a bad thing. Oh, okay.
First, I shouldn't eat that pile of sugar and chocolate sauce and cream.
Exactly. Exactly. All right, let's get on. Biggest takeaway and insight from the myths and challenges. Myths and challenges. Hashtag takeaway. The one that sticks out for you, the aha that landed the most, drop it in the chat, please. Everybody down below, appreciate it. Don't talk politics, but I find very points of view. Totally, Wendy. I'm a U.S. politics junkie, but I'm a libertarian with a social conscience. So I piss off pretty much everybody in one conversation all at the same time. But it's the checks and balances that have kept America in the game.
Mhm.
I'm a Canadian. We don't have the checks and balances. When we have a government elected with a majority, they're a enlightened dictatorship. It is 100%. There are no checks and balances. So I think Americans don't don't always appreciate the value of those checks and balances out there. Uh, all right. How are we doing time wise? Oh, perfect. Time for a quick break. Okay. When we come back, we're going to do the 8 steps to building a 7-figure impact business. We're going to jump right in on it all. When we come back, let's do a 4-minute break. 4-minute break. We got lots of ground to cover. We'll see you in 4 minutes, everybody. All right, come on back, everyone. Come on back. Continuing on with our workshop on Thursday, August 20th, 11:55 on the East Coast. That means almost 9 o'clock on the West Coast. And if you're joining us from Europe, that'll be like 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Wherever you are, thanks for coming in. Tom Matson here, along with Christy Ruffino, for our workshop. Christy, any quick thoughts and insights as we jump forward?
Nothing new at this point.
Awesome. Okay, let's jump in here and go here, remove pin, and off we go. You're in the right place. 4 million new book titles published every single year, according to Bowker. The average US nonfiction book is now selling less than 200 copies a year, less than 1,000 copies over its lifetime. Remember, we said earlier, it's not about how many copies you sell, it's about the lives you change, Randy? Well, there's a data point for you. The average book's 200 copies in a year. And by the way, that includes all the people who publish books through third-party publishers, right? Not just self-publishing people. We'll tell you about that in a moment. That's according to Baird Kohler Publishers. Only 60% of business books purchased are ever opened, according to the US Booksellers Association. That's the one that blows my mind. And I know, looking at every time I do this at home in my home office, I've got a stack of unread books on one shelf up above, and then I got my overflow stack there. And now, Christy, I have an overflow stack there. I noticed when I was leaving, I got 3 overflow areas for books I've bought but not yet read. And I know I'm not the only one, right?
Nope.
No, I'm not the only one. So just because someone gets your book, and now including Christy's new awesome book, Seven-Figure Book Launch Program. You got the cover handy? Oh yeah, you got the cover handy. There it is, that one, right? So here's another one. The typical self-published author sells about 5 copies of his or her book. 5 copies, right? So when your mom buys it and your sister buys it, that's not a lot of potential prospects out there. Right? That's according to Toner Buzz. I laughed at that. So we're going to change that today, right? It's 8 steps to building a 7-figure impact business. First, decide. Second, create a movement. Third, launch your impact and legacy program. Fourth, triple your show up rate, double your conversions. Fifth, write your signature book in 30 days. Sixth, run your strategic philanthropy book launch, self-funded tribe building. 7, open floodgates. And 8, eliminate chaos and frustration. And I promised Christy that we're going to do the first sections faster than normal so we don't run out of time on 7 and 8 this time.
Yay.
We don't always get all this in, but we'll do our best for you guys. Okay. First off, decide. You need to decide if you're going to have a 7-figure impact business and stop pretending you're going to have a 7-figure impact business. Christy.
Yeah, well, here's my story, and I trust me, it's not going to be long, but there was a season in my life where everything looked successful from the outside. I had books, I had clients, I had visibility, I had experience. But behind the curtain, I was exhausted. Revenue, it came in spikes, like a roller coaster, right? Up and down. I was juggling way too many offers, and most importantly, my clients weren't getting significant results. Then July 26, 2023, I made what I thought was an investment that would finally give me the financial ability and the capital to stop bootstrapping my business. But unfortunately, I lost everything. My entire life savings gone basically overnight. And that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the emotional loss and the damage to my confidence for not being smart enough to see the scam for what it was. However, with my financial security gone, I realized that I couldn't keep doing what I've been doing anymore. I couldn't keep juggling scattered offers, working like crazy just to maintain, and pretending the revenue roller coaster was normal. I didn't have the margin. Financially, and emotionally. This was my get it right or get it out moment. Have you ever been there with your get it right or get out moment? Well, I knew experience wasn't enough. But deeper than that, I realized that hustle wasn't enough either. But deeper than that, um, brilliance wasn't enough, visibility wasn't enough because I had built something that depended on constant effort. I didn't have a business machine. I had momentum, and momentum will eventually disappear. So that decision was the catalyst. And no matter how hard it was the catalyst that forced me out of my comfort zone to make a decision that I've been avoiding for years. I was no longer going to chase tactics, build complicated funnels, sell small, fragmented, but safe offers. I was going to build one clear, high ticket offer for the right fit client through one simple enrollment system and an authority asset like my book to anchor everything together. And that decision changed everything, not overnight, but permanently. Because seven figures is not built by accident, it's built by one decision. So I ask all of you, are you ready to make a decision to do something differently? Anybody here tired of the emotional roller coaster, the financial revenue roller coaster? Yes, I love it. You know what? Just the fact that you raised your hand, that's huge because that's, no matter what you do today, it's putting you in the right
You
direction.
can put a heck yeah or a hell yeah in the chat too, It's okay
Yeah.
to proclaim it to the world. It's
Claim
okay.
it to yourself and claim it to the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Hell yeah, Heather. Great. Great, great, great. Yeah.
Who's ready to decide? Like seriously, who's ready to decide to build a seven-figure business? Who's sick and tired of being
Yay,
sick and
Pat.
tired of being sick and tired?
Melinda, good job. 100%. Yeah. Pierre, F yes. Great. Love that. Earl, yeah. Troy, yes. Uh, Balin, stop the hustle. Yes. Becky, great. You're with me. I love it. Dr. Shira, done. Love that. Love that.
Now, Balin, flip yours around. Stop the hustle, yeah, but are you ready to decide that you want this? Stop the hustle, but are you ready to decide you want this? Replace the stop with the what you want. Put a yes in there as well. Everybody that wants to. And if you haven't put a yes in there, I would challenge you to say, why are you letting someone continue to steal your dreams?
Mm.
Why are you letting someone continue to steal your dreams? You're worthy of it. You've got a difference to make in the world. And if you're making a difference in the world, you have a moral obligation to reach as many people as possible. We talked about that right at the beginning today. You have a moral obligation to reach as many people as possible. All right, that's step one. Thank you, Christy, for that. Really appreciate that. Really sums it up. We could spend the entire 4 hours on decision. We could spend, you guys know that, right, Randy? We could spend 4 hours on decision, but we're not going to because we got 7 other steps to cover. But do not let the lack of time spent on this topic have you forget that it's the most important part of the entire 8 steps. Without it, it's not going to happen. You're going to have false start after false start after false start, I promise you.
Yeah.
For those of you that know the validation process, you'll fail to validate for 5 months, and other people will validate in 3 days, and you go, what the heck's going on? They decided you dabbled. They decided you dabbled. And I know I'm going to get personal with some of you on that front, but we're sick and tired of coddling people that aren't getting results. We want to inspire you to get results. All right. Number one. Number two, step two, we'll go a sec here, is create a movement. Create a movement. You're not selling stuff. You're creating a movement. Every business is creating a movement. Some of us are just better at it than others, right? I mean, I last night coming in, I flew across the country and I came in late at night at Miami Airport, met one of my business partners, and we took an Uber to the Airbnb we're staying at. And I do what I do every time now. I went and I got myself my SUV electric, Comfort Electric, Uber calls it. And I drive a Model Y, and these are always Model Ys, and I love it. And it cost me like $9 extra, Christy, last night. $9. And it's like, but I love it. It's just like one of those things. Why? Because Elon, personal craziness aside, he's changing the world with this electric car movement, transforming it. In fact, I got to tell you, Christy, last weekend, Ray was in Seattle for a reunion, and his friend lent him a electric Hummer.
Oh.
And Ray, who's big muscle car, big engine, he's not electric nothing, went, "Oh, these electric cars are amazing." So if
Huh.
Ray Pell can fall in love with electric, you know Elon's created a movement. You know Elon's created a movement. That's all I gotta say. Because he's been riding bikes all his life too, Christy, big throttly loud ones like you. So
Okay.
it's pretty cool. But here's the thing: all of us, we're creating a movement, whether we realize it or not. We're creating a movement, and as soon as you realize it, it becomes easier and easier to create a seven-figure business around it. Right? So we're going to share a video here that came from years ago. It was a TED Talk, not a TEDx talk, but a TED Talk. Millions of views all over the world. And I haven't found a better video to capture this than this video. I think you're going to love it, from Derek Sivers. And if you've seen it before, are you applying it? Are you applying it?
So ladies and gentlemen, at TED, we talk a lot about leadership and how to make a movement. So let's watch a movement happen, start to finish, in under 3 minutes and dissect some lessons from it. First, of course, you know, a leader needs the guts to stand out and be ridiculed. But what he's doing is so easy to follow. So here's his first follower with a crucial role. He's going to show everyone else how to follow. Now notice that the leader embraces him as an equal. So now it's not about the leader anymore, it's about them, plural. Now there he is calling to his friends. Now if you notice that the first follower is actually an underestimated form of leadership in itself. It takes guts to stand out like that. The first follower is what transforms a lone nut into a leader. And here comes a second follower. Now it's not a lone nut, it's not two nuts, 3 is a crowd, and a crowd is news. So a movement must be public. It's important to show not just the leader, but the followers, because you find that new followers emulate the followers, not the leader. Now here come 2 more people, and immediately after, 3 more people. Now we've got momentum. This is the tipping point. Now we've got a movement. So notice that as more people join in, it's less risky. So those that were sitting on the fence before now have no reason not to. They won't stand out, they won't be ridiculed, but they will be part of the in crowd if they hurry. So over the next minute, you'll see all of the those that prefer to stick with the crowd, because eventually they would be ridiculed for not joining in. And that's how you make a movement. But let's recap some lessons from this. So first, if you are the type, like the shirtless dancing guy, that is standing alone, remember the importance of nurturing your first few followers as equals. So it's clearly about the movement, not you. Okay, but we might have missed the real lesson here. The biggest lesson, if you noticed, did you catch it? Is that leadership is over-glorified. That yes, it was the shirtless guy was first, and he'll get all the credit, but it was really the first follower that transformed the lone nut into a leader. So as we're told that we should all be leaders, that would be really ineffective. If you really care about starting a movement, have the courage to follow and show others how to follow. And when you find a lone nut doing something great, have the guts to be the first one to stand up and join in. And what a perfect place to do that at TED. Thanks.
Boom, boom, boom. Love that from Derek. Speaking of being a lone nut right there. Now, on this particular dialogue, there we go. I can scoot by it. All right. So that's the concept. Now let's break it down. There are 6 steps to creating a movement. 6 steps to creating a movement. Number 1, you need to decide who you are going to serve. All right. We talk about right fit audience, right fit audience, right fit client. Right fit audience, right fit client. You might know it as avatar or ideal client profile, ICP. There's lots of different terms for it. I like right fit audience, right fit client, because it actually is it's a dynamic game that changes with time and what you do, right? And right fit audience, if you're doing a summit or a podcast, you want to be on right fit audience, right? If you're looking for a high ticket client, you want right fit client. So they're kind of dynamic. But who are you going to serve? Who are you going to serve? You need to figure that out. And here's one of the clues for this. The narrower this audience is, the easier it is to get to 1 million. The easier it is to get to 1 million. Christy.
Yeah, I just want to say when you think of it from the book perspective, your right fit audience is the one all the people that are going to see your book and be like, "Hey, that looks interesting to me." But your right fit clients are the ones that are going to pay you a premium amount to get your support and more expedited and substantial results.
Yeah, great way to distinguish it too. So who are you going to serve? Got to do that. Number two. Oh, well, so in our world, we talk about dolphins, sharks, and carp. Dolphins, sharks, and carp. There's a book called The Strategy of a Dolphin by Lynch. It's not in print anymore. You can get some back copies, but you can get the electronic version. And it says there are three types of people in the world. There are dolphins, sharks, and carp. The sharks, most of you are familiar with, right? It's the kill or be killed. It's all about them, right? Their job is to take your money. Their job is to sell you something. Their job is to win at all costs. Right? If you think of the model of the world of a pie, their job is to take as big of a piece as possible and you get less. That's the shark model, right? And the second audience is carp. Carp are the bottom fish that are getting eaten by the sharks every time you talk to them, right? You pick up the phone, you say, "Hey, how you doing, bud? Yeah, really? No, what's up? No. You got eaten by another shark? Didn't you get eaten by a shark last week?" And every time you talk to them, they get eaten by another shark, right? And then there's the dolphins. Dolphins, it's about the pod. It's about fun. It's about team. It's about play. But here's the thing a lot of people don't know. I've had the chance to swim with the dolphins in the wild. In fact, I actually proposed to my first wife in the wild with a dolphin swimming the ring to her. Do I still get 2 points now that we're divorced, Christy? I don't know. I used to get 2 points telling the story when we were married. I don't know if I get 2 points telling the story we're divorced, but anyhow, it's an awesome story. Ask me sometime, I'll tell with you. It's amazing and it's super inspiring. But here's what I learned swimming with the dolphins in the wild in the Bahamas, that the only one creature fears dolphin in the wild, and that's shark. Shark fears dolphin. Shark doesn't fear man. It doesn't eat us because it fears us. It eats us because it thinks that we're a Twinkie or something. Oh, that looks like a good snack, chomp, right? But dolphins, sharks fear dolphins because if a shark goes after a weak member of the pod, all the rest of the dolphins gang up on that shark and beat it senseless until it can't swim. And for those of you that haven't heard this before, in the chat, what happens to a shark that can't swim? Throw it in the chat. See how many smart people we got that know their dolphin world. Oh, I'm on the wrong tab.
Yep. Pierre drowns. Sue Corbin dies.
Who's the first one? Who's the first one to get it?
First one that Pierre says that they drowned. We got a couple can't. Oh no, Becky.
Becky, there we go. Good job.
Yep. Sharks can't swim; they die.
Yeah. If they're not moving or water's not going through the gills, they die. I love that metaphor. Because see, the dolphins model it's kind of like Oprah. When I said the pie and the sharks want a big piece, Oprah's like, you have a pie, you have a pie, and you have a pie. They got a pie making machine and they're giving pies to everybody. Right? That's who we play with. We want to play with dolphins. We want to play with dolphin entrepreneurs that are sick and tired of inconsistent cash flow and want to make a difference in the world. That's our right fit client audience profile. Right? What's yours? You need to be clear on that. Number two, what pain are you going to solve for them? Everybody talks about this. What keeps them up at 3 a.m? Blah, 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 blah. Here's the thing. You want a 5-figure business, focus on solving pain. You want a 7-figure business, you still need to know what pain you're going to solve for them. But after 12 years of working with people to create high-ticket programs, here's what I can tell you. Ain't no one paying you big money to solve pain unless it's life-threatening. That's it. Very narrow niche. And I'm talking life-threatening. I'm not talking about you're obese and you might die someday. I'm talking about like you can't get out of your bed now, you're too big, right? So solving a pain is not the ticket to 7 figures, but it is the ticket to good marketing to do some of the other stuff we're about to show you. So you do need to know this one. You need to know what pain you're going to solve for them, but this won't get you to seven figures. Way too many people are stuck here. Way too many people, urban and lurban and all kinds of other training on this stuff. We don't want you stuck there. Next, who is your common enemy? Just as important as who you're going to serve is who is your enemy? Who are the people you stand opposed to? Right? In our case, it's sharks that sell you training not linked to results. Sharks that sell you training not linked to results. We're going to break down linked to results for you in a moment and teach you the method, but why is that our enemy? Because I don't believe any of us, me, you, anyone, should pay for training that's not linked to our results. We'll talk more about that in a bit. Number 4, what's your inciting incident, the launch of your movement? For you old timers out there, what's this? 1987. 1987. CNN was live broadcasting this. Put in the chat if you remember what this is. If you can spell it, bonus points. Oh, look at this. Melinda, Jeremy, Tiananmen Square. Yeah. Tiananmen Square. I like that, Jeremy. You spell like I do. Good job. Tiananmen Square.
But he
Now,
spelled
I've
Tiananmen
seen-
right.
Pardon me?
But he spelled Tiananmen right.
Yeah, he did great. Probably better than me too on that one. Here's the thing. I've been beside battle tanks, not Chinese battle tanks, but I've been beside British, American, and Canadian battle tanks. And I bet you they're similar in size to the Chinese ones based on what I see here. What I can tell you is that person stopping those tanks didn't stop the tanks. If the tanks wanted to roll over them, they would have rolled over them and not even bumped. They roll over cars. They roll over cars and don't even slow down, right? That's why they have those big treads on the side, right? So, but that was the inciting incident for a movement that launched the biggest growth of small businesses on the planet ever. Hundreds of millions of businesses were launched by that. It was a freedom movement in Tiananmen Square. I went to a franchise show 10 years ago, so about 20 years after Tiananmen Square, 70% of the attendees were women. It was the most dynamic franchise show I'd ever been to. It was so exciting to see. I'm not talking about the old guys that are running the country today, right? I'm talking about the next generation behind them. Dynamic women, Chinese entrepreneurs that are transforming that country. Yesterday, as I record this, yesterday, a robotics company went public. Did you see this, Christy, in the news?
I did not know.
It's a animated human-like robotics company. These things can box and jump and run faster than Usain Bolt, and they're robots.
Wow.
And the public offering went up 450% one day. They sold 35,000 humanoid type robots last year. Tesla has sold 0. The announcer was pointing that out, because Elon's big on robots, right? But they're not out yet. These guys are crushing it. That's China for you. That's China behind the scenes. Their dynamic entrepreneurial movement is crazy. So that was their inciting incident. What's yours? You have 3 choices. Something dramatic that happened in your life that you can remember, that's what triggered things. Option 1. Only about 10% of us have those. Option 2, we had a dramatic, challenging incident and we used it as our inciting incident going forward. Right? If I had more time, I would tell you about Brendan Bouchard, golden ticket, rolling over in a car in Cuba, launching his entire movement. That had happened, and then he decided it was going to be the launch of his movement, right? So that's a good option, number 2. Or option number 3, you just decide. Christy was sick and tired. We talked a little bit, then we met at a marketer's cruise, and she said, I want to do this. I want to make a difference. Then she called me up and said, I've got this problem. She told me about the chaos and problems she shared with you openly earlier. And I said, well, then I would do this. She goes, oh, I would love to do that, but I can't do that on my own. Let's do it together. I'm like, you're on. And we decided to have one of these workshops. And we launched her this entire movement from one of these workshops. We decided. So 3 ways, but you got to decide. You got to have a launch. You got to have an inciting incident. Related, what is your rallying cry? What do you stand for? And number 6, what are your unifying beliefs? What do you stand for and what are your unifying beliefs? we're going to share you all of ours over the 4 hours, right? You'll know what we stand for, what our unifying beliefs are. And some of you will relate to that. And some of you will be like, not for me. No way, Jose. I want to sell low ticket and be broke the rest of my life. I mean, no, I don't believe in that strategy or whatever it is, right? That's up to you, right? But you're going to know what ours are, I promise. And some of you are going to be like, damn, this is where I want to hang. I found my home, right? And some of you are going to just apply it and try it on your own. And some of you are going to be like, nope, not for me. That's the whole point. That's the whole point about being clear on that. All right, step number 2. So here's your challenge now. If you could accomplish any goal in your business in the next 2 years, any goal in your business, what would that be? What would that be? We call this a BHAG, big, hairy, audacious goal. We want you to be specific and measurable and drop it in the chat. Specific and measurable and drop it in the chat. Well, correct spelling. Yeah, good. Awesome. Who's the first one? Here we go. Christy?
Yeah, Dr. Andre, to get 1 million listeners on his Creativitation Show podcast.
There you go.
Kay Miller hit 1 million in revenue and host 2 retreats. Love that.
There we go.
Becky Swanson, $2 million in revenue within 18 months. I like, and it's very specific, right? In 18 months. Dr. Shira, generate $1 million in revenue.
What timeline, Shira? What timeline? Redo it. Redo it. 1 million in revenue within 12 months or less, or 24 months or less. By the way, that's a great thing to put down for you too, Becky. 18 months or less. Allow the universe to make it faster.
Yep.
18 months or less. A great way to set deadlines. What do we got next? Susan.
Oh, they're going fast now. Okay, Susan runs 7 full cohorts of her group program. Love that. Julie Hart, 400 franchisees in 5 years.
Love it.
Donna Nixon, find her tribe and host a webinar in 6 months.
Okay, Donna. Donna, that's not big
Bigger.
or hairy or audacious. It's a goal. So you got one of the 4 letters, Donna. You got one of the 4 letters. Do it again. Let's go big, hairy, audacious. Not like I could do that like part-time 4 hours and it's done. No, like we want to stretch. So what sort of impact, how many clients, what sort of revenue, right? Same for you, Cindy. Yep. Full, active, and growing is not measurable. It's not measurable. You can't take a picture of that. You can't count a win. So think of what would be crazy stretch in 2 years. We're talking about 2 years here for these goals, by the way, as our frame of reference. Lisa Murphy, 3.2 million in 27, I'm assuming months or less, and growing exponentially. There we go. I'm assuming if that's 27 months or less. If that's 27 years or less, Lisa, you're going to lose one of those letters in the BHAG formula. All right, Christy.
Well, good. Dr. Shira put a time frame, so $1 million revenue in 1 year or less. I love that. Perfect. Pat Buchanan, reach $1 million in 24 months or less, or 2 years or less. Sue Corbin, launch her book in a month and sell thousands in 7 months. How many thousands? So thousands of books or thousands of dollars. So be a little more specific.
And same with your course. You said hundreds of clients. How many hundreds? So 300 or more clients. 300 or more clients. 6,000 or more books, right? This is like the or less. You can do the or more here.
Yeah. So Wendy hit 2 million in revenue within 18 months with 50 raving fans.
With life-changing stories based on the book, podcast, and workshops. Love that, Wendy.
Yeah,
she added the raving fans in. Good work. Yeah. All right, we're going to stop there. Keep it coming. For those of you that haven't posted, keep it coming. This is great. You guys are like, this is one of the best answers to this question I think we've ever had.
Really good. A lot of engagement, and they're still coming. Look at this how many of them. I love that.
Keep it coming. And if you haven't posted your BHAG, what's up? Stop letting yourself steal your own dreams. Yeah. That's fine when you're 4 years old or 8 years old, but it's not fine anymore, right? Come up with a big, hairy, audacious goal and post it. We're not even going to share the other one. Just post it for your benefit to say, you know what? This would be cool.
I
This
also
would be cool.
encourage you to take your calendar and add it to your calendar. Like put that on there so it kind of keeps reminding you, maybe a monthly reminder, something so you don't just do it now and then you don't think about it again. Front and
Love it.
center.
All right, step 3, launch your impact and legacy program. So you got some goals, you're going to create a movement, you've decided, you're sick and tired, it's time to play. Let's go. Let's launch your impact and legacy program. So we're going to start with a question, a poll, and then we're going to teach you some information for about an hour, hour and a half, and then we're going to ask you the same question. So we're going to start with this. How hard is it today for you to earn $1 million in additional sales? How hard is it for you to today to earn $1 million in additional sales? Okay, so let's open up the polls. We're going to go back here. We're going to go to number 4, and we're going to launch that right there. 0 to 7, 1 to 7. 1 being super tough. Oh my God, no way could I ever do $1 million in sales. To 7, oh yeah, easy peasy. I do it by Thursday. That's what I do. That's how I live. Where are you on this scale? 1 to 7. 1 to 7.
And I encourage everybody to do this because over the next hour, we're going to share so many great strategies. And your whole mindset is going to shift because you're going to think, hey, it's really not that hard. So you want to have this base, right? You want to know where you're at right now. And so we only have 36 people. Come on, let's go ahead and take the poll because you're going to expand your possibilities through this next hour.
40%. Come on back and fill out the poll if you're getting some espresso. Run back. All right, we got 15 seconds, 10 seconds. 10 seconds. This exceeds. We must have challenged people. We've lost like 10% of the audience. 20% of the audience hasn't answered this one. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. End poll. Okay, share the results, Christy.
All right. Well, we have 13 people said super tough, which is 46%.
Excellent.
7 said very tough, which is 25%.
Just do the percentages for this purpose, please.
Kind of tough, 14%, and kind of easy, 14%. We had no super easies and no neutrals. I like that there's no neutrals.
So that means we got 60, 71, 81, 85%. Super tough, very tough, or kind of tough. So our goal, thank you for that, everybody, by the way. Our goal over the next hour, hour and a half is to make it easier for you in this area. That's our goal. Real simple. Give you some strategies to make it easier and improve upon these numbers. The first key is smashing that belief that you should be using the ascension model instead to use the descension model. This is the ascension model taught by so many people in our industry. See if you recognize it. See if you recognize this ascension model. Start with a tripwire or something free, then a tripwire product, $7, $27, $97. Then a course, $97, $997, $1997. Then a coaching program, $2,000, $5,000, $8,000. Then a one-on-one coaching or a done for you or a high-end mastermind, $10,000, $25,000, $100,000 and up, right? How many people are familiar with that? Raise your hand and wave if you're familiar with that. Yeah, okay, good. All right, so here's the challenge. Look at the math on the right. On the right, 100 people in the tripwire. Okay, let's say you get 100 people in. Good job. If you're a marketing star, 10% will go and take your course. If you're a marketing star, 10% will take your course. If you're a direct response copy wizard and your program is awesome, maybe 20% will take your coaching program. That's 2. That's not bad so far. The problem is the next step. Your conversion to high ticket will be about 20 to 30%. So that means of the 2 people, 0 to 1 will take your high ticket. And I can promise you 0 sucks. It doesn't pay the bills. It doesn't get you anywhere. It sucks. This is a broken model. And if you have lots of money to subsidize the first level, it can actually work. There are people that do that. But it's a broken model. We don't want you to do that. It's not the way you want to play. Instead, you want to take a page out of Tesla's book. They started with the Roadster. It was over $110,000. It fit 2 people. A friend of mine had one in Vancouver. We went golfing one day. I had to take my own car. It couldn't fit 2 of us in 2 sets of golf clubs. That's how tiny this thing was. They didn't even make the car. Lotus made the car. They just put their batteries in it. But they knew their audience was high-end rich men with big egos because it was a second, third, or fourth car for them. It wasn't their daily commuting car, right? It wasn't a minivan for the kids, for sure, right? They knew who their audience was. But out of that, he raised enough money to then build the S and the X and the 3. And the 3 changed the world. Now, we're going to get the Y on that chart as well, Christy. The 3 changed the world. The 3 made affordable electric cars a reality for people if they wanted it. My first Model 3 lease was $500 a month, right? That was less than I was paying for a gas car. And I never have to buy gas again. I love it. I love it. So the Descension model literally launched a movement. How did that work economically for Tesla? Well, in July 2020, it passed Toyota to become the largest automaker by market value. If I remember correctly, at that point, Toyota was selling 10,000 times as many cars, though. But Tesla shares were worth more in the market. Then, where is December? By December 2020, their market cap topped the 9 largest car makers combined. And CNBC says experts disagree if it can last. Well, yeah, no kidding. No kidding. They were worth more than the 9 biggest car makers in the world added up. But they were just getting going. Right? In January of 2021, they were the 5th most valuable company, briefly passing Facebook. Briefly passing Facebook. They were talking then, later in March, of a $3 trillion valuation for Apple and Tesla. It was this made-up fantasy. I love this. By 2030, a $3 trillion company. Well, those of you that follow the market know NVIDIA is there. Apple is there. Right? I think Google is there now. Tesla's not quite there. They're about $1.5 trillion, but they're doing pretty good. 1.3 trillion here when this one was. I don't have a date on this one. They're doing pretty good. Start with the high ticket, work your way down. Works all over the planet, not just in cars. It works in coaching. It works all over the place. The next key, that's the ascension versus descension. The next key is guaranteeing results. Guaranteeing results. We got a new poll for you. We're going to open up the poll. Real simple. Knowledge or results, launch. Which would you rather pay for right now? If you were to buy something today, which would you rather pay for? Knowledge or results? Be honest. Like, what would you rather pay for right now? Throw it in the chat box. This should get a really high participation rate because it's not a complicated question, right? It's what you would spend money on today, right now. Which would you spend money on? Look at this, 50% already. Good job.
3% so far.
Let's get to 60%. We're going to close it off. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Here we go. We got one crazy person and everybody else results, right? And I bet you there's a story behind that one person.
Yes, there is,
Right?
I'm sure.
I bet you there's a story behind that. But here, even without that, 97% of you would rather pay for results. So here's our question. Why do we ask our clients to do something different? Why do we ask our clients to do something different? It's crazy. The vast majority of us don't sell results. We sell knowledge. In the coaching client space, for sure. It doesn't make sense, especially when you know the data, which is when you link your payments to your client's results, you get 9 times the leads and 3 times the sales. We call it strategic risk reversal. Strategic risk reversal. And it starts with a bit of a story. When I was 23 years old, I was working for Dale Carnegie in Calgary, Alberta. I was an assistant instructor and I was a graduate assistant with the classes and I sold the courses. And I loved it. It was an incredible period of my life. I learned so much. I grew so much. And we were very busy then. And I would attend 4 or 5 classes a week. And my job as a graduate assistant was to meet with 6 of the people in the class between, if it was a Wednesday night class and a Wednesday night class, to talk to them in the week in between to make sure they showed up. Because Dale Carnegie, if you're not familiar with it, helps people speak in front of groups, among other things. And so my job was to get them to show up because people were afraid of speaking in front of groups. And in the process, I got to know the people and what they're doing and what their business was and what was involved, of course, because I want to build rapport. And they would ask me questions. Well, Earl, I was 23 years old. I was a guy and I had a big ego. So, of course, I had answers for them. I didn't necessarily have any experience or training or knowledge to give those answers, but I had answers. Or as my first wife said, often wrong, but never in doubt. Right? And so I would be given all these answers. And then after a while, I went, this is crazy. I need to get some training. If I'm going to keep giving marketing advice or business advice, I should get some training. I was blessed because Calgary had the A stop for all the big speakers. For you kids, this is pre-internet. You actually had to go somewhere in person to get training. How crazy is that, right? As we have 62 people from all over the planet joining in on us virtually, right? Back then you had to go to a room and you had to pay hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars. But Calgary got all the big speakers, so I was blessed. I could see all the big speakers. And I had signed up for this training on how to run Yellow Page ads. Now, for you kids out there, that's when the internet was printed in a book. And all the businesses were in a, yeah, you guys know that. How many people know Yellow Pages? Come on, raise your hand, wave it around, wave your hand. Who knows Yellow Pages? Yeah, baby, you know what they are. Jesse doesn't know Yellow Pages? Really, Jesse? You don't know Yellow Pages? Wave your hand. Oh, there we go. Okay, good, yeah. Everyone knows Yellow Pages, right? Now they're doorstops, but back then they were a main way of getting clients. And I just signed up for the top Yellow Page trainer in the world, an Australian who was coming to Calgary. And I get a phone call from a guy downtown Calgary, Bow Valley. There's 4 big tall towers. I remember it clearly as Bow Valley 3. I go in, I meet with the guy, and he had a southern drawl, like a Houston, Dallas, Texas drawl. I don't know if that's true, but in my memory it was. And Calgary at the time had more Americans living in Calgary than any city outside of America anywhere because of the oil and gas movement, the oil and gas business. So I'm not sure if it was from that or not, but that was my memory. He'd come in and he wanted a Yellow Page ad and da 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 and da 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 da, and and I'm like, okay, I'll work on it, sir. And I was going to this workshop from the top guy on the planet. So I go to the workshop, and by the way, his business was a locksmith company, locks on your doors and windows. You guys, locksmith, okay? And so perfect business for Yellow Pages. So I went there, and lo and behold, the example he used all weekend long was a locksmith. So all of his templates were locksmith template ads. And I learned upper right-hand page, call to action, who cares about your logo, all the principles of good direct response marketing I learned in that weekend. And I had all the templates. So it's Sunday night, I'm putting it in the bid on my electric typewriter. Remember when you had the white paper, when you made a mistake, you had to put the paper in and retype it, and I'm typing away, and we get to the price part. What do I charge? Well, I didn't know there are 9 pricing strategies like I know today. I just knew there was one. What does Tom want to make? That was my pricing strategy. What does Tom want to make? Well, it was about $400 for the course, and it was $500 for my rent. And I had a car payment of, I think, $300 a month. So I thought, well, if I could make all of that, rounding up, that'd be like $2,000. That would be amazing out of this Yellow Page ad. And remember, I knew it was a good ad because I already had been to this expert. So I typed in, well, I went, wait a second. This guy is an old grizzly entrepreneur veteran. And when I say old, Randy, I mean he must have been at least 50.
Should I mute him now? What do you think?
Yeah, right? Like when you're 62, 50 doesn't seem very old anymore. But back then, I was 23 years old. It was ancient. And so what did I think? He was going to grind me on price. So I was no dummy, Randy. I was going to okay, I'm going to double my price. I'm going to ask for $4,000. So I put together the thing, proposal. I come down to his office. I get inside. I sit down. I go through the presentation. He goes, son, you think it's going to work? I go, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. I'm really positive it is. I'm sure it will. He says, tell you what, I'll pay you double if it does and nothing if it don't. Now, this was double my double. This was $8,000 and I knew it would work. You're on, sir. I shook his hand. He was excited. I was excited. Off we went. I put together the ad for him. I already had it designed. The print deadline was that month. That's why we were doing this. A month later, the book is out. 2 weeks later, I get a phone call. Matson, get your ass down here. It's him. And he's pissed. I'm like, how can he be pissed? It's 2 weeks. The ad's going to run for a year. I was freaked out. I canceled my sales calls. I drive down to Bow Valley. I'm sweating. I'm like freaking out. And I walk in and I developed a really good relationship with the receptionist. She took a look at me. She shook her head and said, sit down, I'll be with you. Now I'm really freaked out. Like I was nervous before. And now I'm like, oh my God, what did I do? Holy cow, I'm sweating like crazy. And he calls me in. He sits down. He goes, son, I got something for you. And he hands me a check for $8,000. He was playing me. He was ecstatic. She was ecstatic. They were just having fun on the kid. He was ecstatic. He already had made his $8,000 back in 2 weeks. And I learned something super powerful that day that literally changed my life and will change your life if you let it. And I used J.R. Ewing to remind me of it, even though I know he's from Dallas and I think this guy was from Houston. So my apologies, Texans, for the slight geography mismatch, but I don't know a famous Houston. Oh, I do. His name is Alex Neem, but he's Vietnamese, so it doesn't fit. All right. I tell you, son, I'll pay you double if it does and nothing if it don't. That phrase changed my life forever. Right? There are 6 steps if you want to do this. Because back then, I just knew his offer. But now I've created a system around it. 6 steps to create amazing risk reversal. Identify the biggest risks your prospects face. Create the biggest, boldest possible guarantee. Figure out how to deliver on the guarantee. And your plan. Link your payments to your client's results and test and measure. Let's break this down. Identify the biggest risks your clients face when working with you. In addition to money and time, what other risks do they have by engaging you? What's the penalty to your client or prospect of staying where they are right now? What difference did it should, could, or will make tangibly or intangibly in their life? And what's the corporate or family risk if it fails to achieve the goals? You need that list. Then you come up with the biggest, boldest possible guarantee you can. What in dollars and cents is the best reported testimonial or case study or measurable, quantifiable feedback you've gotten from a satisfied client or buyer? Make a list of all the things you'd be willing to do to compensate a customer if they did not find the transaction or purchase satisfactory. And what's your competitor's most powerful or superior guarantee? Then finally, create the biggest, boldest possible guarantee you can. Step 2. Step 3, there's some work. You got to figure out how to deliver on that guarantee, right? Build in all the key elements to ensure success. If you're a coach or consultant, skills, accountability, and mentorship are essential. Skills, accountability, and mentorship. Knowledge alone. Look, 97% of our room wanted results, not knowledge. 97% of our room. That's the same out there in the wild world, I promise you. Same thing. You got to build in skills, accountability, and mentorship if you're going to guarantee results in coaching. And you got to build in done with you, which most of you know, done for you, which most of you know, but not most of you do, and run for you, which most of you haven't even heard about. When you do the last 2, you control the results. You control the results. They don't control the results. Totally worth doing. And then next, you got to anurag your plan. This is what I call advice from the smartest business coach that I know. Jay Abraham, brilliant business coach. He was my personal coach for years. Love and adore the man. Anurag is smarter. Why do I say that? Because he takes companies from 10 million a year to $1 billion a year and has had a 100% success rate. Now, to be fair, if you don't listen to his advice, he fires you. So not 100% of the people that start with him get to the end result. If you don't listen, he kicks you out. He actually has a clause. We should all have this clause. He has a clause in the agreement. If you don't listen to me, I can kick you out and keep your money. I love that. I love that. I've been too chicken to put that in our agreements, Christy. We should. It's like totally a smart thing to do. So his first big win, by the way, was Lululemon. Lululemon, Chip Wilson, from store one to $1 billion in sales. How many of the women on the call know Lululemon clothing, yoga wear? Wave your hand if you know Lululemon. Yeah, look at all the hands, right? That was his first success story. Chip Wilson, private personal coach. His approach, I call anuragging. First, you take the goal and double it. So you take seven-figure book launch program, right? If some of you decide to come play with us, we'll guarantee you $1 million in sales. But that's not the game we're playing. We anurag it. We're actually playing for $2 million in sales. First step. Before I get into the next step, you got to follow this. So give me a physical thumbs up if that's making sense. Double the goal. Double the goal. I know it sounds simple, but if you miss this, you're going to miss the rest part. Choi, Belinda, Pierre, I don't see hands. You got to get this part. Okay, good. So double the goal for real. Then you create 3 separate redundant strategies, each capable of achieving double. 3 separate strategies. So if you decide to work with us, we're going to go for 6 million in sales. 6 million in sales, not 1 million in sales. And if I had a bunch more time, I would survey the room and ask you to think of the last major goal you tried to accomplish and failed to reach, and how far did you get? And most of you will be between 20 and 50% of the goal. I've done this with thousands and thousands of entrepreneurs. Trust me, most of you will be 20 to 50%. Some will be below 20, some will be 75%, some will be 100%, a few overachievers, but most in the 20 to 50% range. When you do this and you're going for 6 times, you will get your goal every single time. And if you build this in for your clients, they will get their goal every single time. We'll talk more about that in a bit. Then you want to link payments to clients' results. The easiest way is to sell something is to say something like this. We're so confident of you getting results that 75% or 80% of our fee is linked to results. Notice I don't do what I did with that guy the first time anymore, where all the money is on the end. That's not good for you, and it turns out it's not good for them. People need to have some skin in the game so they listen to you. Now, I will tell you, as a business coach for 39 years, having worked with over 10,000 students, clients, generated hundreds of millions in sales, money does not guarantee they will listen. Okay? It doesn't guarantee they will listen, but it sure increases the odds. So you want to get some money up front. But the best is to say, hey, listen, we're so confident if we work together with you, we just want 25% down. The rest is linked to your results. Super powerful way to do it. Here's some examples for you. Passion for Life After 50 program, $10,000 program, 25% down, 25% or 2,500 when you get a 30% increase in your passion, fun, and joy. And the last 50%, 5,000, when your score is 8 out of 10 or more in each of the 8 areas. Totally subjective, non-measurable, soft outcomes linked to results. Linked to results. Next, Life Coach Passion to 6-Figure program, $25,000, 25% down, $6,250. 25% when you do 50,000 in sales as a life coach, that's breakthrough number. And then another 12,500 when you do $250,000 in sales, right? So how many people would pay $25,000 to do $250,000 in sales if 3/4 of it was linked to results? Honestly, like, raise your hand. I'm not asking for a credit card. Who would play that game? Yeah. And if you didn't raise your hand, you're nuts. You're nuts. That's 10 times your money and only 25% down. You don't get better marketing than that in terms of return on investment, consistent, predictable return on investment. So if you didn't think that was a good deal, you want to give your head a shake because it's a great deal. Here's another one, even bigger, $100,000 program, $1 million leadership edge. All right, 12.5% down and everything else linked to results. Right? And there's a bunch of different variables there. And the last 50,000 when you do $1 million in sales. Again, 10 times your money, right? That's what you want to do. You want to have an offer that's like a no-brainer for people to say yes to. That's what you want. And then finally, you need to test and measure. Test and measure. Here's a quote from Carl Pearson, the father of modern statistics. That which is measured improves. That which is measured and reported improves exponentially. You need to measure it. You need to count it. You need to figure out what's there. Let your prospects give you feedback. Set up systems to track. How do I know it's 9 times the leads, 3 times the sales? Because we count it. I'm writing a book that I'm launching in the first quarter of next year on this very topic. And I'm going to have examples for low ticket, medium ticket, high ticket, ultra high ticket, all kinds of examples of this strategy working. And the data works across thousands of industries, tens of thousands of businesses. If you're not doing it, you're just making life harder for yourself. And remember I said 9 times the clients, the prospects, 3 times the sales? Why the difference? Why only 3 times the sales? Because if you link payments to results, you don't say yes to everybody. You don't say yes to everybody. If you guys decide to apply to become part of 7-figure book launch, and we ask for a good faith deposit, you'll have a launch call with Christy. And in the launch call, if Christy is not positive we can crush it for you, she'll give you your money back. Because we don't want to spend months and months and months and months and months and months and months if you're not going to do it, if you're not going to get results, right? We're crazy to do that. You should be the same crazy. You should be the same crazy. You want to continually optimize, look at the data, what's working, what's not working. We did a golf training business, the sport of golf. And we guaranteed 25% reduction in handicap. And originally our guarantee had all your money back. And we started testing and people said, no, 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 no. I don't want my money back. I want my result you promised me. Golfers are a bit crazy. They wanted the result. They wanted the 25% improvement in handicap, which is like 3 to 5 years of training. If you don't know golf, 3 to 5 years of training in 3 months. Results. It was amazing. Right? But they didn't want their money back. They wanted to keep working with that person for free until they got the results. So normally that's not a good guarantee, right? Randy, if you suck, the last thing I want is 6 more months of Randy, right? Like normally that's not a good guarantee. So if your guarantee right now is I'll work with you until you get results. And if I suck, I'll continue to work with you until I get results. That's not a good guarantee for most of us. Most of us don't want more suck in our lives, right? So you got to structure it in a way that actually gets your results because you're balancing time and money through this part of the process. So that's number 2, strategic risk reversal. Number 3, actually creating the program, impact and legacy programs, high ticket, high margin programs that guarantee results for your clients. Why a high ticket program? It's the combination of these 3 things: 6-figure problems, proprietary process, and a scalable solution. The intersection of these 3. If you just solve 2 of them, right? So if it solves a 6-figure problem and it's scalable, but it's not proprietary, then you're just like everybody else. Why do we believe every authority should have their own book? Christy said it eloquently earlier, because then you're special, you're unique. It is your process and you're worth it. You can charge for it. You're not just like everybody else, right? Number 2, if it's proprietary and it solves a 6-figure problem, but it's not scalable, you're working for every dollar. A lot of consultants out there that make 300,000 or 400,000 a year, and when they go on a holiday, all their money stops. That's what happens. That's not a business. That's a job with economic risk. It's the worst of both worlds. And then finally, if it's proprietary and scalable, but doesn't solve a 6 or 7-figure problem, there's not enough value there. People won't pay for it. One of the big lies our industry says is you should charge more, Earl. Just charge more. Just raise your prices, right? People say this all the time. It's a lie. You have to add more value. Now, most of us are not charging what we could charge. To be fair, there's always room for each of us to raise our prices without any changes in value. But if you want to build a 7-figure business, you have to add more value in order to charge more. You don't just charge more. That's not people that have done this over and over and over again. I guarantee you, that's amateurs. Amateurs, they've read a book or they've been to some course or they've been to one of our workshops and now they're an expert teaching this. I got one of those clients a couple of years ago. They had taken my methodology and taught it poorly to someone, and she came to me and she said, Yeah, I was not taught all of these things. And I go, well, yeah, they were ripping it off in a bad way. You got to do all three of these, right? You got to solve big problems. There's only 5 reasons people buy high ticket programs. This is it. 12 years, over 100 million in sales, only 5 reasons. Make money, save money, especially in a corporate setting, stay out of jail, which isn't a political comment, it's a compliance comment, right? You got to be HIPAA compliant or following the compliance laws. Better life and better relationships. And the last two, especially for entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs. Focus on 6 and 7 figure impact. Number two, our job is to bring order from chaos. You got to confirm the audience will pay 10,000 or more. If they won't, then you must either extend, complete, do more, license, or focus on entrepreneurs. I'm going to give you a quick example of a couple of these because many, and then we're going to actually do somebody live later today on this call and create a program on the spot. And a lot of people get freaked out about this because, oh, people won't pay 10,000 for my stuff. And usually they're right. They won't. You need to do something to it. I'm going to talk about licensing first because it's the most crazy example, right, Christy? One of my high ticket clients specialized in taking people from, what was that platform? Udemy platform where they're selling courses for $30 and $40 and building a 7-figure business for them. And he got his first client and she was a palm reader, read people's palms. And he called me up and he goes, Tom, I got my first client. I go, congratulations, Stephen. Well, what do they do? I said, well, that's the problem I'm calling you. I'm kind of stuck. They're a palm reader. They read people's palms. And I go, okay, let's go to our formula. Extend and complete. Well, you could bundle up 12 palm reading sessions, 1 a month for a year. That's going to be medium ticket. That's not high ticket. At best, medium ticket. And then I said, does she teach people how to do palm readings? And he said, I don't know. Let me ask her. Asked her. She said, oh, yeah, all the time. What do you charge? I don't charge for it. You should. Okay. So they put together a program to teach, as it turned out, nurse practitioners, because that was her sweet spot, how to do palm reading for $10,000, $5,000 up front, and $5,000 when they did 50,000 in sales. And she got 10 people, filled her first cohort, stopped marketing, taught them, did another 10 people, taught them, did another 10 people, taught them. Her first year, she did $1 million in sales. Teaching women nurse practitioners to read palms is a side hustle. So don't tell me your business can't do $1 million. There is no business out there. If you're providing genuine value, if you're not competing on price, if you're legal, moral, and ethical, not a business out there that can't do this. And the last one is the key. If you've got something that is a pain-solving problem, one of our first clients in this space treated people with OBS or IBS, irritable bowel syndrome. Frank Bria's client, and Frank had her focus on entrepreneurs with irritable bowel syndrome. Boom, $10,000 offer sold. Before that, she could never do a high ticket offer. Because entrepreneurs with irritable bowel syndrome, it really affected their cash flow. Mm-hmm. And when they solved it, it really solved it. It was totally worth it. And every program should have 5 stages. They should have a finish line and a prize. And we'll talk more about that later. Christy, anything you want to add to those 2 before I jump into the third one?
Nope.
Okay. Do good and make money at the same time. Do good and make money at the same time. We believe this is key to building a 7-figure business. Katie Sharfin has an awesome quote on this. Anyone thinks that money can't buy happiness hasn't given enough away. I love this. I love this. There are all kinds of people out there doing good in the world, and you need to have money to help those people along the way. So you should create a transformational contribution program. That's what we call this, like Tom Shoes or 4Ocean bracelets or Pella cases. Tom Shoes, buy a pair of shoes, they donate a pair of shoes to someone in need. They did that for 12 years, build a $650 million business in a super competitive space by giving away pairs of shoes. Then they got sold for $650 million, and the private equity firm that bought it was so smart they stopped doing that. Idiots. 4Ocean bracelets. 2 young surfer dudes in Bali couldn't go surfing one day because there's too much plastic in the ocean. The fishermen weren't allowed out. The surfing wasn't allowed out. Instead of whining and complaining like most young guys would do their age in Bali, they started a business recycling the plastic and creating wristbands out of it. If I was in my home office, I'd show you it, but I didn't bring my wrist with me on the road. It's called a Four Ocean bracelet. And if you go to their site, you will see how many pounds of plastic they've saved from the ocean. It's really inspiring. For-profit business. And Pella case, this is my Pella phone case. You see here with the killer whales on the back. It's printed on. It's a printed case, right? That's the phone is the printed case. And it's made from flaxseed. This is my third Pella case. When it wears out, I landfill it. I compost it. There's over 1 billion phone cases that are thrown in the landfill every year. It's one of the biggest polluters on the planet now. Phone cases. Not mine. Mine gets composted. Right? I love it. And in this case, it's a custom painting. I gave them the photo and they printed on my case. Really, really cool. All right. You want to do something like that. You want to create a transformational contribution program. You'll get the replay. The links are there. You can learn more about it. And then you want to guarantee results like we talked about. Shift the risk from your prospect's shoulders to your shoulders. Start with the biggest, boldest possible guarantee. Figure out how to accomplish it. Link your payments to results. Finally, number 5, you want to make it scalable. Scalable. Only 5 elements to a scalable program. People misuse this word a lot. This isn't a grow. That's grow. Scale. Frank Bria has the best definition of that. My first partner using this model, Frank wrote a book called Scale. And in it, he defines scale for coaches and consultants as you get a new client, no additional work for you. That's what scale means in our world. That's a tough bar. That's a tough bar. I've got 6 companies, 3 of them, that's what's happening for me. They get additional clients, no work for Tom. The other 3, every client I get is more work for Tom. So I'm on the journey. I'm on the journey. If you'd asked me 2 years ago, it would be 0 out of 6. Right now it's 3 out of 6. All right, I'm making progress. Right? Where are you at in that journey? Here are the 5 elements of a scalable program. Number 1, obviously virtual training. You record the training, it's in the cloud, you watch it. Right? Here we have you show up on our schedule, our time. Right? There's 60, some of you still here. Way to go. That's more than when we started. You guys are rock. Right? You're obviously appreciating what we're talking about. But we're doing it on our schedule, our time. You had to fit it into your schedule. You become a VIP client, all the training is in the cloud. You press play, you watch it when it's good for you. Right? Normal, most of us use virtual training in the cloud now. It should be there all the time. Great way to do it. Number 2, group coaching. Not one-on-one coaching in a group setting. We call it group coaching as a shorthand, way more powerful. Number 3, masterminds. Very different than group coaching. Group coaching, you or one of your faculty is the expert, and they're helping people figure out how to do it. Masterminds, it's the shared wisdom of the group. The shared wisdom of the group is true Napoleon Hill collective wisdom masterminds. All of you should have these 3. All of you. Now, depending on your target audience, you might call it something else. If you're working with mompreneurs, you might call it an inner circle instead of a mastermind, right? If you're working in the health space, you might call it something else, right? An inner circle, for example, is a term we see used a lot, right? But it's still a mastermind, clear shared wisdom of the people in the room. Huge difference, force multiplier. And then some of you will have the next 2, some of you won't. Scalable done for you services. Scalable done for you services. What does that mean? That means you create the template and then you reproduce it over and over and over again, modifying it for them. You don't recreate it from scratch, right? Scalable done for you services, right? Super important and very helpful because you can do done for you. And live in-person events or workshops, right? This is live virtual. We're talking about live in person. Live in person. Sometimes you call them retreats, right? I'm doing a conference tomorrow on investing, right? Finding how to raise capital from institutional investors. There's 150 people that are coming. 75 are check writers. 75 are people that want checks. It's a good ratio, Christy. I like those odds, right? There's and we're going to learn how to do that. right? You can't do that over Zoom. You can, but you can't build trust well over Zoom in that setting. So the key with this last one is it essential for results? Not is it nice to have, not I'd always like to run a retreat in Roatan, that'd be fun. No, is it essential for results? If it's essential for results, build it in. If it's not essential, make it a reward, make it a bonus, make it a graduation play, make it a referral contest, but don't build it in because live in-person events and workshops are expensive. They're expensive. We're spending $2,500 a person for two of us to go to this event. And we have the middle level ticket. We could have spent 10 grand a person if we wanted, Christy. That was an interesting upsell.
Wow.
Right? Or we could come in for the cheapy tickets at 1,500. The cheapy tickets. And that, by the way, that doesn't include anything but lunch and the event itself. Nothing else is included for this event, or that we know of. Maybe there's some surprise and delight because these guys are pros. There probably will be some surprise and delight. So those are the 5 things. Scalable. 2 program options. 2 program options that you design. Number 1, measurable outcomes. Simple and easy to link payments to results because it's measurable. I'll help you lose 20% of your body fat in 6 months or less. Okay, measurable, right? I'll help you do an extra 500,000 in sales in 1 year or less. Nice and measurable. I'll help you cut your retention or minimize your turnover rate by 12%. Something measurable. Or a blend of soft and measurable outcomes. A blend of soft and measurable outcomes. Some more life things and some more profit things. Those are the 2 programs that work best. We used to talk about a third option that was soft only. And the problem we've had with soft only is it's not working for people. Should we value joy in our lives or inner peace? Yes, we should value that. In fact, I believe joy and inner peace are more valuable than money. But the marketplace doesn't back that theory up. You may believe it too, but the marketplace doesn't back that theory up. The data doesn't support that opinion. So if you take the soft outcome, let's call it joy, and build in measurable outcomes for entrepreneurs that have kids, not just parents with kids, but entrepreneur parents with kids, now you got a business that works. You got a model that works that people will pay for. Do you want to read these examples, Christy? I think it'd be helpful to share.
That would be great. So meet Tammy Demirza. High-achieving entrepreneurs and visionary leaders hire her team and her because they're successful on paper yet internally exhausted. So they help them dissolve the subconscious, emotional, and energetic blocks that drain their power, break toxic cycles, and activate their intuitive intelligence, allowing them to step into their true genius mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and financially. Bottom line, they build an aligned life and business that reflects their authentic power and generate $1 million in 2 years or less, guaranteed. Meet Casey McDonald. Faith-based female consultants, advisors, and small business owners hire her and her team to elevate their business and transform their lives because they're sick and tired of feeling overwhelmed by endless tasks and the constant tug of war between business, family, and faith. So they help break free from the grind to achieve sustainable success without burnout. Bottom line, they help them live a life of freedom, impact, and lasting legacy while achieving 7 figures of growth in 2 years or less, guaranteed.
Okay, a couple of examples for you. Now, many of you are going to be saying, wait a second, I do the soft stuff, I don't do the measurable stuff. I can't do this. Or I do the measurable stuff, but I don't do the soft stuff. I can't do this. Yes, you can. None of you would open a restaurant and serve and be the concierge and be the busboy or girl and be the sous chef and be the chef and be the pastry chef, unless maybe it was a food truck, right? But other than that, you wouldn't be all roles. None of us would be that. We would hire a team. In the coaching space, you call it faculty. And there are different ways to recruit them. You can pay them. In high ticket, you can afford to pay them. Number two, you can share revenues. Love sharing revenues. Number three, you can appreciate them, you can enhance them, and you can refer them. The last three are often way more powerful.
Mhm.
In fact, the guys I talked to yesterday had a term for it, and I forgot to write it down. So I have to look at my Fathom note taker, Christy. I think they called it enlightened self-interest. It was something like that,
Oh.
where they didn't do referral fees with their partners. They just elevated them.
Hmm. Oh, yeah.
Period, full stop.
That
And
could
that was
create
their
more
entire,
opportunities for them, honestly.
way more
It
valuable.
does.
Way
Yep.
more valuable. So you can recruit faculty, just need the right strategy to fill in the gaps. But what if you have nothing, right? We got 20% of the people here were beginners, and some of you non-beginners might be pivoting to a new area, or by the time you're done the training, a new focus in your area. If you have nothing, this is the solution. It's a 700-year-old Japanese concept called Ikigai, and I love it and adore it. We have separate training on this. I'm just going to give you the crash course. It's the intersection of four things: what you love to do, what you're good at, what the world needs, and what you can be paid for. I used to just do three of those, and then I found this model and I went, this is even better. Oh my God, I've taught thousands of entrepreneurs how to start a business of their dreams. If you've got kids and you want to get them in a business of their dreams, this is the formula. If you're starting again, if you got friends that are quitting corporate, this is the formula. I'm telling you, this is the fast track to a seven-figure business that you love and adore. And if you decide to join us in our program, we'll give you some deep dive training on this one because it's so important. Even if you know what you're doing, it's worth polishing to make sure. Ikigai, the Japanese call it Ikigai, the reason for being. How cool is that? The Japanese are so smart, the reason for being, right? And then ultimately learn from those that do. Learn from those that do. So guess what? Now we're going to do this live. We want to take one of you and coach you live on the spot and create a high ticket program right now. You got to have your camera on, you got to raise your hand, and in the chat box, Christy, you're going to narrow this down to three finalists for me, okay? And I'm going to pick one of them. And so Christy's going to be your screening judge. What you need to put in the chat if you want us to coach you right on the spot and develop a high ticket program. If you already have one from us, don't raise your hand. We're not going to polish your program for you. Don't be greedy. You lower your hand back down. But if you don't have one, yes, absolutely. And what we want you to put in the chat is, who do you serve and what's the outcome currently? Who do you serve and what's the outcome that you think would be your outcome? If you know it, you put it in. If you're not sure, just guess. And everyone's going to submit. I'm going to give you like about a minute. I'm going to quickly run and get some more water. Christy, you're going to look and narrow it down to three, okay?
16,
Okay.
5, 7,
Oh, Susan.
1.
I don't know how Susan's talking. We need to mute Susan. That's very weird. Okay. All right. Well, we've got I think she was leaving and coming back. Okay. We've got Lawrence has got something in there.
Do we have people playing or we have scaredy cats?
Yeah. Can you mute? There we
What's
go.
that?
That we had somebody that I couldn't mute. Okay. So they're starting to come in here now. So we've
Yes.
got
So Christy, let me mute everyone and then you unmute yourself.
all right. So I'm looking at them now. So give me a moment.
Great, great, great.
Oh gosh.
Good job for those of you brave enough to step up. I love it. Love it, 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 love it. I gotta move this panel over for this exercise. So
Hmm. Oh gosh, it's hard to decide here.
Excellent. You're only just changing people's destinies and lives. I don't know why.
Too much pressure.
Wow, this is fascinating. I can't drag it across, so I'm gonna have to do it over here. All right, that's okay. All right, so we're gonna go, I'm gonna stop sharing me. And we're going to get people up. Okay, who have we got? Who have
All
we
right.
got,
Well,
Christy?
so I want to be clear on the criteria, so I don't have anybody like upset. What is the criteria that we're choosing the three people? Just, I
Just
mean,
whichever three you like the most. Doesn't matter. The criteria
okay.
is
Oh
Christy's
gosh.
opinion.
Okay. All
Christy's
right. Well,
opinion is the criteria.
let's
If they
bring
don't like Christy's opinion, we don't like them, so we don't care.
Darlene up as one.
No, I just wanted you to read them. I'm going to pick one.
Women, okay, women over 50 or having everyone piss them off. I help them rebuild their relationships.
Women over 50. Say that again.
Women over 45, I'm sorry, who
The
are
whole thing.
who are having everyone piss them off. She helps them build their relationships.
Oh, okay. That's cool. I like that, Darlene. That'd be a fun one.
Okay. Um, a burnout coach. We've got Heather Anderson. She's a burnout coach for achievement orientated women, and the outcome is client learning to regulate themselves among other things.
So Heather, under your post, add in, what do you mean by regulate themselves? Because that
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense to me. We need to know that. Pissing everyone off. I totally understand that, Darlene. I have some friends who fit that target audience perfectly, and I am one too, just without the whoa part in the front. Okay, what's the third one?
All right, and then let's do Dr. Andre, entrepreneurs, business owners, healthcare workers. He helps them turn burnout into resilience, higher EQ and peace.
Okay, all right, kind of related. So we're gonna start with, let's see here. We'll
Oh,
start
there
with
are more
Darlene.
coming in now. Sorry,
Too
everybody.
late,
There's
too
so
late,
many.
too late, too late. No need to apologize. Say thanks for being slow. Okay, we're gonna do this here. And we got Darlene. We're gonna get you to unmute yourself, Darlene, please. We asked you, you need to unmute it now. All right, good stuff. So first off, give it up for Darlene for being our first victim. I mean, our first volunteer. Yay, Darlene. Send her some love. Come on, Christy, send her some love. She's gonna need it. There we go.
Yay.
Okay. All right. So, Darlene, you know our model. You've been to some of our training before, right? Women over 45, that's like half the planet, first off. That's way too broad,
So
right?
women,
Way too broad. So, how about consider entrepreneur women over 45 so you can actually make some money off this? We hope for
it was
that?
fast, Tom. Come on, you were saying the people are chicken, and it's like, okay, I'm narrowing.
There you
this.
go. But are you good with that?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
I
And by the way, for everyone out there, it doesn't mean Darlene can't serve other women over 45. It just means not for the high ticket program. We want to make this easy for you, right? So entrepreneur women over 45 is still really large. So if we were spending detailed time with you, we would narrow that even more because you haven't narrowed it down at all. That's plumbers, roofers, coaches, herbologists, transcendental meditation experts, yoga teachers, way too many fields for you to be an expert in, even though they probably are people that, the piss them off part and help them rebuild a relationship part is common. The marketing to get them to come to you isn't common. So you're going to want to narrow that down some more. But for now, we're just going to move on to the next part. So when you help them rebuild their relationships, what shows up for them in their lives?
they feel more calm with their partners because their buttons aren't being pushed anymore.
And when they feel more calm with their partners, what shows up in their lives?
More love.
They get more love. Good. When more love shows up in their lives, what else shows up?
Happiness.
More happiness. Good. When more happiness shows up, what shows up for entrepreneurial women?
More money because they're not pissed off and selecting the wrong clientele.
Totally. There's nothing worse than an arguing nasty boss to piss off staff, virtual assistants, vendors, client prospects, right? Like there is like endless list of negative consequences to that business if they're in a state of piss offness. Is that fair to say? Right?
Yes.
So in our framework, you would help entrepreneurial women, narrowing down a bit more, over 45. That's great. Love that audience. That narrows it down good demographically, right? Have more love and more profit.
Mm-hmm.
That's your outcome. Have more love and more profit. that they'll pay you $10,000, $2,500 down for all day long, maybe more. But that's a game worth playing because that audience, right, has so many stressors, relationship stressors, team stressors, physical body stressors, right? All kinds of issues are going on. Christy, anything you'd add to that?
No, I think that's great. I think you covered it all.
Darlene, what do you think? Scale of 1 to 5?
5.
Yeah.
Perfect. Give Darlene some love, guys. Give Darlene some love. Let's do one more. Let's do a guy. Who was the guy one?
Dr. Andre.
Dr. Andre. Okay, so if you can find him and
I
spotlight
got it.
him.
I got it.
Dr. Andre will get you to raise your hand if you haven't already.
He's
Oh, you
up.
have. There it
He's
is.
already up there.
Hi there.
We got to pin him.
He is.
Spotlight. No,
I think
interesting.
he
It's
is.
not showing up on my screen.
Hi
It
there.
was doing weird things for me too, but I see him spotlit.
Okay, good. Hey, Andre, how you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Excellent. So tell us again who you serve and the outcome.
I basically serve anybody with burnout. So I'm focused on entrepreneurs, business leaders, executives, and also healthcare professionals.
Okay, so 47 audiences. Good. We've got it narrowed down. Keep going.
I use my unique spherical thinking process to turn that burnout into resilience.
Perfect. Perfect. Okay. So we've had a lot of high ticket clients over the years in the field you're in, obviously not with your method, but in the field. So I love this. Nobody wants to pay you to get rid of burnout.
Right.
And I know that's a shocker because that's your entire world, but that's the reality. What they want is for what shows up after you get rid of burnout. So when you work with people to get rid of burnout, what are the good things that show up in their lives?
Well, they start to rebuild the crumbling relationships that tend to happen with burnout. They
So they
recuperate
rebuild
the ability.
relationships. And when they rebuild relationships, what shows up in their lives?
Well, greater happiness at home,
Love it.
greater productivity in the workplace.
Love it. And if they're an entrepreneur?
And for entrepreneurs, their ability to think clearly and make good decisions increases.
And when they can think clearly and make good decisions and it increases?
Their
What shows
business
up?
grows and they make more money.
Yeah. So we call what Andre did there, everybody, burying the lead.
Yep.
Burying the lead. The reality is you're not in the burnout business. You're in the helping entrepreneurs make more money business by eliminating the burnout problems. And as soon as you reframe it, now you're going to get people leaping forward to saying, I want your help. I want your help. I want your help. I want your help. The other thing, and this is a nuance for those of you that want to work with higher income clients. Let me just test the audience here. How many people love working with broke people? Love it. Just love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Yeah, see, guess what? I'm one of those people. I'm a sick, twisted person. I love working with broke people. It drives me crazy, of course, but I love it. I personally love it. And so over the years, I have to constantly tell myself, do that for your hobby, do this for your business, right? If you want to work with people that have made more money, they don't consider themselves, what's my favorite example of this? 7-figure women coaches that are crushing it in their profession and their personal life is a disaster. That's my favorite example. I get people every single month come to me with that as their audience. And the reality is it's a unicorn. They don't exist in nature, that person. There are plenty of 7-figure women coaches, but they don't think their life's a disaster. And are they suffering from problems and challenges and burnout? Yeah, Andre, tons of it. They need your help for sure, but they don't label themselves a disaster. They're running a 7-figure business. They're crushing it. They're doing great. They're doing awesome through that part of the process. So the reality is if you want to go higher income, it's even more important to speak outcomes.
Yeah.
Results, right, Becky? What are the results that audience? Becky works with divorces and divorced entrepreneurs, people going through that situation. They don't want divorce, smooth divorce. They want more profit, more creativity, more joy, more love on the other side of solving that problem. And so for all of you that are in the pain solving business, which my experience is about 40% of you right now, one form or another, stop it. Stop it. That's keeping your cash flow sucky. Unless you're literally in mission critical life-saving stuff. Focus on what shows up on the outside. And you notice the questions I asked were identical for both of them because you're going to do the same thing. Whether you work with us or not, you're going to do the same thing. Just ask yourself or have someone ask you, even better. Once that solves, what shows up, Becky? Once that's solved, what shows up? And then what? And then what? And then what? And you just need to go 4 or 5 layers down and you will get to the issues they will pay you for. The issues they will pay you for. Krista, any final thoughts on that before we ask them the poll again?
Yeah, I think a lot of times people get really stuck on communicating their value by talking about all the things they're going to do. Like this is all I'm going to do, as opposed to what's on the other side of all of that goodness, right? So because people want the outcome. My favorite story is, hey, when we're trying to lose weight, I don't want to know that I have to, cut down on my desserts and exercise more. I just want to fit on my skinny jeans. And so when we're trying to help our clients achieve something, we have to kind of sometimes get out of our own way and put ourselves in their shoes and really get clear on who our right fit client is, so we know what it is they want, and then make sure that everything we do achieves that outcome. Not the process to get there, but the actual final goal.
Yeah, love that. Love that, love that, love that. Totally. And you should do the same thing. You need to do the same thing, every one of you. Okay, so quick repoll. How hard now? We spent an hour and 10 minutes or so, give or take. How hard now to accomplish your goal of 7 figures in sales based on what you just saw? Don't be giving answers away, Christy.
I'm not, but I'm happy already.
Woo! I like it. She's leading the room. I like it. So on a scale of 1 to 10, let me get the slide back up. Side by side slide. 7, super easy. 1 being super tough. Where are you at now? Ascension model, high ticket, low ticket, starting with descension, working your way down. Strategic risk reversal, the 5 components of the high ticket offer, the 5 things people buy, how to make sure you overlap and combine them, make it truly scalable. All we've done is just give you some strategies, right? You haven't done any of this strategies. You've just been exposed to them. How are we doing time-wise here? We got 5 seconds left. 57% of you. A couple more will get us to the same numbers that filled it out. Couple more. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. End poll. Okay, let's go through the data.
All right. Super tough. We have 9% still.
Okay.
Still, I think it's going to be super tough. 3% very tough. 19% kind of tough.
Okay, so just pause. Last time it was 84% for those 3.
Yes.
And now it's 31%. So half of you have moved from there to higher numbers just in an hour. I love that. Keep going.
Yep. 16% neutral. They're still kind of on the fence there, but we've got some kind of easy. So 44% kind of easy and 9% very easy, which is 3 people. We had nobody even on that side before. So I love this.
Yeah, 53%, 53% kind of easy or better. So I love that. Good work, guys. And that's just with some strategies. That's not implementing the strategies. That's not putting them in action. That's just there. Here you go, a new way of thinking. Here you go, a new way of thinking, right? Life-changing approach if you structure your programs this way. Absolute life-changing approach. All right, biggest insight. There's a big section. Hashtag takeaway. High ticket programs, impact legacy programs, risk reversal, all sorts of stuff. Throw it in the chat. The item that stood out the most for you in this section. What stood out the most for you in this section? And you want to share some of those results?
Sure. When they start coming through.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Well, we've got Dr. Andre, focus on what you achieve for the client. Lisa Murphy, risk reversal. Yeah, the risk reverse guarantee. Andrew, good to see you, Andrew. Highlight the results. Wendy, have said it before, but really get focused on the outcome, not the problem or the process. Well said.
Yeah, no one wants to know how the sausage is made. They just want to know how yummy it tastes.
Or what's in the sausage.
Or even what's in it, right? Usually we don't even want to know that. You're right.
Yeah, a lot of focus on outcomes. Gay, targeting people who will pay for results. I love that everybody keeps adding stuff in here, but it's moving so fast.
That's good. That's good. All right, we'll pause there. We need to take a quick break. When we come back, I want you to get your mind clear. We covered a lot of ground, but we got a lot of ground to cover in the next hour and a half. We still got an hour and a half to go. And when we come back, we're going to show you how to triple your show-up rate and double your conversions so you don't have to sell one-on-one. One-on-one's great when you're testing, but there's no scale to one-on-one. There's no scale to one-on-one. So we're going to show you how to do that when we come back. Let's take a 5-minute break, Christy. Does that work for you?
Sounds great. I'll put the timer on.
Okay, see you in 5, everybody. See you in 5.
Oh, but it goes away when I turn my thing off. Okay, we'll do this.
second, I need to get my story straight. My friends are in the bathroom getting higher than the Empire State. My lover, she is waiting for me just across the bar. My seat's been taken by some sunglasses, asking about a scar. And I know I gave it to you months ago. I know you're trying to forget, but between the drinks and subtle things, the holes in my apologies, you know, I'm trying hard to take it back. So if by the time the bar closes and you feel like falling down, I'll carry you home tonight. We are young, so let's set the world on fire. We can burn brighter than the sun.
And we're back. There it is. Welcome back, everybody. Tom Matson here. Whoops. Oh, that was weird. The music was singing away there for a brief second. Okay. You good, Christy? Ready to roll?
I'm ready to roll.
Awesome, Oli. Let's do it. Step 4, how to triple your show up rate, double your conversions. This one's really sneaky. It's what you're experiencing now. It's what you're experiencing now. We call it a strategic philanthropy workshop. Here's a quote from Alex Ramosi to set the stage. People who help others with zero expectation experience higher levels of fulfillment, live longer, and make more money.
Mhm.
I firmly believe that. Christy firmly believes that. And the cool part is these workshops prove it. We're teaching our entire method as best we can in 4 hours. Our entire method. It's in our $100,000 program. We teach as much of it as we can in the 4 hours. And it's built a 7-figure business for us doing that. And what we've learned is when you do these workshops, the more you teach it for the person you will never see again, the more people want to join up and partner with you and become clients. And it's such a cool karma thing. I love it. We call it a strategic philanthropy workshop. Deep dive 4-hour workshop live in Zoom to educate and inspire participants to take action on a key strategy to improve their business or life. So what's the goal? The goal is to inspire you to take action. With us or without us, take action, right? So that's the goal of the workshop. Why 4 hours? Done right, it has the following big advantages. It triples your show up rate from 25 to 30% to 80 to 92%. We had 60 some people registered. We have 54 in the room, so we're actually around 90% show up. You guys are crazy. Awesome. Way to go. That's really good. It's like a record for us in this year, I think. But normally it's 80 to 92%. And even if we discount the tickets, because we tested that, it's still 60%. Still way better than a normal webinar show up rate. Number one, you can't teach someone unless they show up, right? Number two, your retention rate exceeds 95% over 4 hours. Right now, we have more people than when we started, right? And normally we end up with 95 to 100%, sometimes more than 100% after the 4 hours. You will too if you do it right. Super helpful, as opposed to 20, 25% in a webinar. And your conversion rates double. Specifically, your application to high ticket will double with this approach as well. So not only will you help people for free better, but you'll end up with twice as many high ticket clients. So in marketing lingo, that's called your most wanted response. Your most wanted response. As if you want to become a marketing expert, you said that, this workshop is for those who can't market the way out of a wet paper bag. If you want to be a marketing expert, you need to have one clear most wanted response for all your marketing. Every initiative should have one most clear. Ours is this, the marketing response, not the outcome of the workshop. Quality candidates raising their hand, applying for your offer with a mindset of, if you'll have me, I'm in. If you'll have me, I'm in. That's what you want. That's done right. That's what happens with this workshop. Secondary benefits, you begin the process of creating and nurturing raving fans for life. We're going to give you the slide deck if you leave us a review on Cindy's LinkedIn or on Christy's LinkedIn profile. If you leave a review on her LinkedIn profile, we'll give you the slides, right? We get these amazing reviews from people who don't join our program that come and appreciate the value of all the content we give. They call it a master's degree in training. They call it some of the best 4 hours they've ever learned in all of the year. We know that. That's why we love doing these things. That's where you start creating raving fans. Secondary benefit number one, we raise money for a cause we care about. Benefit number two, and you're seen to care about that. Dolphin versus shark. The last part is a subtle but important distinction. We want to play with dolphins, not sharks. So we teach you with the difference, and then we act like a dolphin so that the dolphins go, that's nice they did that thing with Kiva, and they think better things about us and are more likely to want to work with us. So we're doing good and we're seen to be doing good. You need to do the same if you want to play with dolphins. 4 key distinctions to do this right. Charge money for a cause, increases show-up rate. Your promise of your workshop is the same as the promise of your offer. This is not taught normally. Normally, you're taught the offer is the next step, right? If you learn from Lisa Sasevich or Jeff Walker or Brendan Burchard or many of the OGs in our space, which I've paid big dollars for each and every one of those, they taught next step. They taught next step. In fact, they learned that from Callan Rush and Justin Livingston. Callan's coming back. She's coming back in the world. She's finally coming back after years of retirement, raising her daughter. She's coming back. She taught us that was the thing. Next step, next step. This is not that. This is the offer is the same as your workshop. So what's our offer going to be? 7 figures with a book and a high ticket program. What we're teaching you, except with our help and guaranteed. So it becomes a very natural transition when you're presenting the information, and you don't have 2 sets of outcomes, 2 sets of emotional triggers, 2 sets of leverage points. You have one, way easier, less manipulation. Number 3, teach your entire process best you can, increases your conversion rate. In a webinar, it reduces it. In fact, Dan Henry right now has got Facebook ads running that says the mistake people make in webinars is they teach too much. He's spending tens of thousands of dollars a week telling you to stop teaching your people in your webinars. Is he a nasty SOB? No, he's an awesome guy. And in webinars, it's true. In webinars, you don't teach, you manipulate. You put the knife in and you twist it. And if you teach, you sell less. I'm an expert on that. I sucked at webinars because I always wanted to teach. I never converted webinars well. I did like 1 or 2 6-figure webinars ever in my life. 7-figure workshops all the time. 6-figure workshops or webinars never, or 7-figure webinars never, because I talk too much. So he's right in that setting. We're right in ours. In this format, the more you teach, the higher your conversion rates are. And number 4, I love Jennifer Deep Stratton. She's in our space. She shares many of our values. Because you're teaching more and deeper, you can sell high ticket first purchase rather than being forced to use the Ascension model and subsidize your way up. You can do that first purchase. Game changer for your cash flow. Game changer for your cash flow. 10 steps to an amazing workshop. First, you have a big myth to shatter. How does it apply to me? Here's what we're going to cover. Why pay attention? Single most important thing. Challenges and myths to shatter. You're in the right place. All the first hour. We did all of that. When you get the slides afterwards, you'll get a chance to see exactly how we did it in the order we did it. That was the order. Then your main content for 2.5 hours. And then your options, 2 options. Do it on your own. Do it with our help. And your offer. That's the 10 steps to an amazing workshop. 7 key web pages: a workshop opt-in page, an order page, a thank you page, which all of you went through, an application page for the people that want to apply to your program, a thank you page for applying, and then if you use referral partners, a referral partner join and a referral partner details page. That's it for a 7-figure business. If any of you think you need more pages to run a 7-figure business, you haven't done it many times. I'm telling you, you haven't done it many times. You don't need all that other stuff they're trying to sell you. You don't need all these authority sites and everything. Is it nice to have them? Sure. Does it pay the bills? No. Is it a distraction to keep you broke so you buy more shit from them? Yeah. Right? I don't want to call it a conspiracy, but when dozens of people knowingly do it, knowing it's in your best interest not to, what else could you call it but a conspiracy? And by the way, behind the scenes, they're proud of it. The terms they use in their high-end masterminds and in the green room, squeezing pennies out of your wallet, is one I've heard a very famous person in our space use proudly behind the scenes. That same person told me 97% of the people that buy his video-based courses never finish watching the videos. And so I said to Tony, I said, why are you selling it when 97% don't even finish the videos? He goes, because I can squeeze penny out of their wallets. Like he's proud of it. And by the way, in his high-end programs, he teaches you to do the same, which is why so many of them do the same, by the way. Oh, don't get me started. Extra for experts. For you rock stars out there, a couple of extra tips. The goal is to optimize rapidly, so set a launch date before you're ready. Get it out there, run it, do it again. Get it out there, run it, do it again. It took us 2 or 3 of these before we hit our stride, but we'd already done $500,000 in sales, Christy and I.
Yep.
Screen and qualify versus pitch and pursue. Because you're linking payments to results, you're not pitching people. We're going to invite you. If you're inspired, join us. If you're not inspired, don't. Christy will screen you out on the launch call anyhow. Like, don't waste your time. If you want to, great. If you don't want to, great. Because we are going to screen and qualify you. I guarantee you, Christy is not going to say yes unless she knows she can crush it. She's not going to. You need to do the same thing. Focus on what your right fit client wants most or their biggest objections for your bonuses when you do an offer. Even if you're never planning to join us, you want to watch us present the offer so you can see what are our bonus stack? How do we do that? How do we present it? So you can learn from that. Well, here's one of the first keys. It's an extra advanced strategy. Make sure it's solving their biggest objection.
Yep.
And then a fast action mega bonus is key to this thing working. We have 2 of them, both awesome, one monumental. You need to have the same thing. And you must offer financing options if you really care about your client's success. You must offer financing options. In today's marketplace, 70% of the people buying need financing.
Yeah.
Need financing. So for those of you that are freaking out, like, oh my God, I can't afford to buy anything. Yes, you can. We will make it affordable enough that you can. That won't be the reason to say no. There might be other reasons for you to say no, but that won't be the reason to say no. You should be the same. If you can deliver results, you have a moral obligation to serve as many people as possible, right from the beginning of today. And this is part of that. Micro assignment. Okay, so now let's have some fun. Math time. Get your phone out, open your calculator. If you develop a high ticket program that guarantees results, I'm not saying you will, but if you do, on your own or with our help, doesn't matter, and you develop a workshop like this, a strategic philanthropy workshop to support it, how many new clients each month could you get if you ran this just once a month? Just once a month. And what would that be in sales per year? Sales per year. So the number of clients times the price of your program. In our world, 10,000, 25,000, 100,000 are the 3 most common, right? So you don't have a price point, just pick 25,000 because it's the most common. The number of clients per month times 25,000 times 12 months. Put that in the chat. Dollar amount. This is your potential. If you listen, if you follow up, we know not all of you will. This is the real world. But if you do, if you decide, you know what, I'm sick and tired. Damn it, I'm going to do this. What's the numbers?
Ooh, Becky Swanson, $600,000. I love it. Lisa Murphy, $3.25 million. So that's awesome. Pierre, $250,000, so 250,000. Anybody else?
Now this is we're figuring out how many per month. So Pierre, you're going to get like 0.8 clients per month. Is that what you came up with?
Oh, I gave them instructions to calculate it all out. Sorry.
Yeah. So it should be times 12 months though. I'm just wondering because Pierre said 10 clients. So if it was 10 per month, yeah. So it's time, their number should be 10 times higher. So 250,000 times 10, 2.5 million, Pierre, would be yours. I just want to correct that, make sure.
Okay.
Randy, 600,000, Donna, 900,000, Lawrence, 3.6 million. Are you starting to understand? And we're not talking tens of thousands of people. We're talking 20, 30, 50, 70 people. Way to go, Heather. Way to go, Darlene. Way to go, Colleen.
Look at these numbers. I love it.
Keep it coming, everyone. Biggest insight, takeaway so far of the Strategic Philanthropy Workshop. You've seen it. You're experiencing it. We don't need to spend more time on this. We're going to jump right ahead now to the next step, which is writing your signature book in 30 days or less. Christy.
Tom.
You want to do this or you want me to do this?
Well, you can change the slide for me. And
Yes, absolutely.
So most people think that the purpose of your book is to be a fancy business card, right? Like, how are you going to use it in a way that is going to make people think that you're better? But really, what we want to do is we want to create a book that is kind of like a mirror image of your process, right? Your methodology that you're teaching in your program becomes the methodology of your book. So how do we do that? We first create a blueprint. Think of this as the super outline of your process or method, like I just said. And if you're not sure of what your method is, we had a few beginners here, or maybe you're not a beginner, but you've been doing one-on-one work and you're not really quite sure how to package it in a methodology that works for everybody. Use the Merlin method. And the Merlin method is very simple. You just start with the end and work your way backwards. We all maybe have heard of Merlin. You may not know the story, but he lived his life backwards. And so he was able to kind of know the future. So you can kind of do that for your book. Just recognize what the end goal is for them and work your way backwards and just what happens before this. Kind of like when you're baking a cake, right? When you're baking a cake, the end result is you want to eat the cake. But before you eat it, then you have to frost it. Before you frost it, you have to bake it. Before you bake it, you have to put it in the pan. Before you put it in the pan, you've got to add all the ingredients. And so you do the same thing with your blueprint. Next, you want to then repeat it until repeat that until it starts, and then test it with somebody that has zero experience with this. So if somebody kind of already knows what you do, you don't want to ask them. You want to ask somebody that's completely cold in that space, because they're going to see things with a fresh lens and they're going to ask you questions that's going to help you kind of maybe see things differently. Because I know for me, sometimes we can't see everything because we're in it so much. We can't see what's outside of the jar because we're in the jar. And so you want to have somebody help you test this method or this blueprint that has zero experience, because they're going to see things that you can't. So the next thing we do is we want to create an 8-step roadmap. Your process may have 30 steps, but we don't want to overwhelm them with all 30 steps. So we want to organize it into a nice, clean roadmap so your people know that it's a very, very specific journey. They want to know that life is easier with your help, not more chaotic. Again, we want to bring order to chaos. So we want to organize your whole methodology, your process, into 8 very easy, simple steps. And this becomes your roadmap. And you may have a outcome that's soft. Tom mentioned this earlier. Soft outcomes, better life, better relationships, or even with better life, there's things that you're doing that you're going to change multiple areas of their life, and there's not a clear roadmap. Maybe it's things that they're all going to have to work on together. So we do that with a wheel of life. And that allows you to still track their progress in a way that people really recognize that life is changing. Then you want to name the process or method. Super simple. The next step is to prove your method. For each of the 8 steps to the roadmap or 8 parts of the wheel of life, you have 3 to 5 teaching points. For each of those, break it down into ways to prove the point using the following 4 methods. You want to have stories, demonstrations, metaphors, or visual aids. And you ideally want to have a combination of all of them. You want to have your whole book of just stories and no, visual aids, no metaphors. You want to have a little bit of everything so your reader is really engaged based on their learning style. And then the next step is to simply record your book, right? Find somebody who is a great interviewer. If you know somebody that has a podcast, ideally, they're probably a great interviewer. And so you can ask them to help you or just find somebody on a resource platform like Upwork. You're going to record the whole entire thing, then transcribe it. There are a lot of different ways you can transcribe that recording. Then you want to edit it, polish it, and then you have it ready to go for your book. Easy peasy.
Boom.
Yep.
30 days, 1 hour a day. My second book, we actually did this entire process in 3 days. My business partner and I got together. We had planned what we were going to do. In the first day, we blueprinted the entire thing. In the start of the second day, we put all the stories, metaphors, examples, and demos. Because what happens, we use mind mapping software. What happens is you'll change your mind about where that story is going to go once you blueprint it all. Oh, that story applies here, and it applies here, and it applies here. But it's really good here. So you move it around, right? Or that demonstration was better over here. So we did that in the morning of day 2. In the afternoon of day 2, we started recording. And we had all the equipment there, and we were interviewing each other in this case, right? Because we just frankly we thought we were the best for it. And so we interviewed each other, and then the next day we finished the interviews. So the post-editing stuff that Christy just described comes after, right? But everything was done. And that book's called How to Earn Twice as Much with Half the Stress. And remember I told you, well, you saw in the beginning, 192,000 books of that coffee story, how to start running a coffee bar. And I didn't have a high ticket offer. Well, I'd learned by the time the second book came along, and I did more business out of that second book with less than 1,000 copies sold than the 192,000 copies sold coffee book. Because now I knew some of the stuff we're teaching you today. I didn't know all of it, but I knew some of it. I knew some of it. Very cool. Very cool. There's your awesome book in 30 days or less. 1 hour a day. 1 hour a day. By the way, you notice you didn't see a lot of AI there. AI slop is AI slop. It's now watermarked. They just announced this in the last 48 hours. Every AI you post has a watermark inside it, and the European Union is making companies disclaim it.
I love that.
You'll have disclaimers on your book anywhere you use it that it's AI slop.
Love that.
You want AI to help you research your stories, metaphors, examples for sure, but not write it for you. Not write it for you. Oh, if you're using AI smart, it can help you figure out your roadmap, though. Figure out your roadmap. Totally can be a good use of it. And there are other ways to use it, but you want to be selective with that. All right. Biggest insight of writing a book in 30 days or less. Hashtag takeaway. Drop it in the chat. We're moving on to step number 6, running your strategic philanthropy book launch. The cool part about this is self-funded tribe building. Self-funded tribe building. How many people prefer to pay money to build their tribe? Raise your hand. How many people prefer self-funded, even though they don't even know what it means? Yeah. This is where you get paid to build your tribe. It doesn't cost you anything, right? That's what we're talking about here. Huge difference in the ability for you to reach more people and scale at the same time. We call it a strategic philanthropy book launch. Whoops. There we go. Creating a strategic philanthropy book launch. The easiest way to create a tribe of raving fans is with a Kickstarter style fundraiser for a related cause, doing good and making money at the same time. All right. There's 5 stages to this process. Number one, pick a great cause. Number two, create your offers. Number three, choose and build your platform. Number four, drive traffic. And number five, recognize and reward referrals. Let's break these down. Number one, picking a great cause. It should be a cause that aligns with your mission. You want the organization, the charity, or the nonprofit to promote this to their people. So there needs to be some synergy. It's not something that just inspires your heart and soul, but has no relevance to your business. And I'm going to show you how to pick that cause in a second using what I call the profit approach. And then you get their support and their buy-in in the marketing initiative that you're going to do. Right? So how do you pick a cause? Right? I have an acronym for it. PR, related, obligation, fun, independence, and time. Do we do a separate slides for this? No, we don't. Okay, so I'm going to do these one at a time. PR potential. I was building a chain of coffee roasting stores where you roast coffee fresh in store with this small roaster. It was the size of a microwave oven, and you would put the green bean in it, put a timer on for 8 minutes, and the customer would take home hot roasted beans out of the oven. Any of you had fresh baked bread out of the oven ever? Raise your hand. You know how good that is? Fresh pizza out of the oven? Well, here's a shocker. Over 90% of all the coffee you've ever drank was from stale coffee. Fresh coffee out of the roaster will blow your mind if you're a coffee lover. And if you're not a coffee lover, it actually might convince you to switch teams. It's crazy good. And if you don't believe that stat, by the way, coffee loses half of its flavor in 24 hours after it's ground. Half its flavor in 24 hours. As whole bean, it loses half of its flavor in 7 days. So almost all the coffee all of us drink, specialty coffee now I'm talking about, not the crop stuff, is stale. So when you get it fresh out of the oven, it's amazing. And it was done small batch, literally 1 pound in, put the timer. It was a game changer. That industry is now called roaster retailer. I created that industry. It didn't exist. It was amazing. And in the first 24 months, we had 23 articles written about it. Well, not quite true. We had 23 written articles written about our program to contribute tip money to coffee kids to fund microloans for women in coffee growing villages. And buried in the article was, oh yeah, they have this roaster, it roasts on demand. It's really cool. I was pissed. All these articles, and they didn't write about our competitive advantage. And I realized it's not their job to promote my business. It's their job to entertain their readers or listeners. And I finally got it. It's about the PR potential of the cause, not the wow of my business model. And changed the entire game for PR for me. You need to find a cause that's similar. Number two, related. It should relate to what you're doing, not be self-serving, but relate to what you're doing. We're building a golf chain I told you about before called Par Masters. We could have picked Right to Play, which is an organization to help kids play golf. We said no. We want. Sorry, not Right to Play. It was first something. If you guys know, put in the chat. First something. It's a kids thing. Instead, we picked Right to Play. Right to Play teaches kids in developing countries to play with each other instead of kill each other. Mm-hmm. Using soccer balls and play devices. It's amazing. Started by Olympic athletes. Absolutely tear-jerking, inspiring. So powerful. That was amazing. And $1 from every lesson was donated to Right to Play. Obligation. Percentage of gross or a fixed amount, not a percentage of net. You don't want to be greenwashing people. You want to be really clear. By the way, for your workshop, it can be percentage of net or percentage of gross. It should be 100% of net or 100% of gross, though, in the case of the workshop for it to work. But for your book launch, it's going to be a different model. We'll show you that in a second. And it should be fun. It should be fun. PRO, now this is the F of the profit formula. My favorite example is Casual Fridays. Did you know Casual Fridays were invented by a jean company, a blue jean company in Western Canada? Casual Fridays was not a thing until a marketing person at Bootlegger Jeans in Western Canada said, You know, we only have people wear jeans on Friday, or Saturday and Sunday. If we could just get one more day a week, we're not being greedy, just one more day, that's 50% more jean wearing. And so they partnered with a local children's hospital in Vancouver. And if you wore this big gaudy button, which you paid $5, then $10, then $20 for, if you wore the button, you were allowed to wear jeans, casual Fridays. And it took off like crazy. And it actually created a movement. Casual Fridays is not considered a business thing anymore. It's considered an actual thing. In fact, COVID made casual Fridays every day, pretty much, right? Pretty much. So the reality is, right, it was fun for the jean company to do that. They're raising money for kids in children's hospital, very sick kids dying. That's not fun, but they were helping save them. That's fun. And you got to wear the badge, you got to wear jeans on Friday. Super fun. This was back when everyone was wearing suits. Women, men, didn't matter. You know, I had a choice of a three-piece blue suit or a three-piece blue suit. And I could go crazy if I wanted and wear a three-piece black pinstripe suit, charcoal. When I want to be crazy, I'd wear a black charcoal pinstripe. But otherwise, it was blue or blue. I had two types of blue suits. You're laughing. I had two blue suits and a charcoal gray suit. My boss was a former IBMer. It was like, that's what your choices were. And my shirts were white and my ties were red before someone in the US co-opted red ties, you bugger. But anyhow, I digress. So fun, make it fun, right? The opposite is something that's in dire need. It's growing in demand. And that is battered women's shelters. Unfortunately, high demand. But if you've ever worked with them or volunteered with them, like I have, it sucks the soul out of you. Sucks the soul out of you. It's a really, really terrible place to go. I'm not saying don't support them. Don't make it your marketing cause. Don't make it your marketing cause. Don't make it, unless maybe you're like a hotel and you could have a card that women get to carry in their purse and they could use for 3 nights, instant stay, space available if they need to escape, right? Then it could be fun. But other than that, it's not fun. It's not fun. And finally, independence, right? You want to, I believe, Christy believes, you should have a cause that teaches independence, not dependence. A hand up, not a handout. That's why we love Kiva. Kiva is all about loans to women in developing countries, not gifts, not grants, not freebies. So they want more freebies and they're addicted to freebies and they can't run their business. They pay it back. By the way, they pay it back with interest. They pay it back with interest. This is a business model. But I've now done 254 loans, total bad debts less than $80. Total bad debt less than $8. It's lower failure rate than business loans in America at business banks with collateral. And these are based on character, not credit. It's really awesome. Independence. And finally, time. My favorite example is a radio station in Vancouver called CKNW. Now they go by NW98. And they had, for years, it was called the Orphans Fund. And now it's been renamed the Kids Fund because there are no orphans anymore in Canada. So they renamed it the Kids Fund finally. 1953, this radio station has been donating 100% of their charity work to the Kids Fund since 1953. I didn't even know there was radio in 53. But they've been doing it ever since. And every year now, they raise more money than the entire population of British Columbia if they donated $1 each. It's crazy the impact this organization has. Oh, and it just so happens to be this radio station has been #1 in the ratings for the entire time, 70 some years, with all the format changes and all the topic changes and everything else, because they're totally tied to the community. Profit, Transformation Contribution Program. Example of rolling this out is the first book I did in this model. It's called Unleash Your Humble Alpha with Stephen Kuhn and Lane Ballone. Their cause was called Generosity Feeds. And you want to create offers. So that's the cause. Now you want to create offers. You want to create Kickstarter style campaign with about 12 offers, 6 that are low cost and 6 that are higher cost. And in our model, half the money goes to the redemption of the cause and half the money goes to the traffic building. So you've got your charity and the redeeming. I'll show you the breakdown in a second, half, and bringing the traffic in half. So you make nothing, but you don't lose a dime building your tribe. Give me a thumbs up if that makes sense. Right? Super important. You don't have to pay for this. You end up breaking even on it, or you make a little bit, but not a lot. Best practices from Kickstarter and Indiegogo. The links are there. You can check the sites if you're not familiar with them. Average supporter spends $60 to $70. So several below, several above, 8 to 10, maybe 12 total. Build amazing options, including a couple of really fancy ones that no one will buy, but you'll get viral sharing around it. There's a friend of mine that's actually raising money right now for a movie. He's 19 years old. He's doing his first feature-length film, and his $15,000 level is honorary executive producer. Okay. So, it's like that's an example. Here's the offers from the Humble Alpha book specifically. 01, feed a child. That was the Generosity Feeds partner. Feed one hungry child, get our Humble Alpha pledge, $3. And it costs $1 to feed a child in Generosity Feeds world. So you take the processing charge, because Stripe took 40 cents of the $3. Stripe took 40 cents of the $3. If you guys have Stripe, you know what I'm talking about. So that plus the dollar went to the charity, and the other part went to the traffic building, i.e. the referral partners. Humble Alpha ebook, $9, feed 3 kids. Humble Alpha audiobook, 5 kids are fed, $15. The physical book, $20, feed 5 kids. And you got the book. Full set of all 3, book, audiobook, and ebook, $37, feed 10 kids. That was their most popular one they sold. Pay it forward, 2 full sets, one for you and one for you to give away. Targeting dolphins, right? What did Alex Hormozi do? The biggest book launch in the history of our space by having you buy books to give to your friends.
Mhm.
Now, if he tied a cherry into it, here's the crazy part. He'd have done even better. That's crazy. But he would have. The date is there. Next one. Limited edition signed book. When I'm in my home office, I show this. It's gorgeous. It's large tabloid, hardcover, gold foil. The middle is filled with pictures of Stephen and Lane and their family and their military background and some of their business successes. And it's hand signed by the authors. It's gorgeous. $125, feeds 25 kids, and you got the signed book. That's sold out. Small business combo, 4 full sets of the book. Full sets of the book, feeding 50 kids, $197. Immediate impact revenue workshop. They host a workshop. The workshop, I think, had a value of $5,000 or $2,500. You got a case of 12 books, and you fed 100 kids. So their audience was more corporate-y, right? You see now it starts to move to that, Pat, on that side with the offer. Then the next one, scale your team workshop, $1,250, 2 cases a book, a $25,000 workshop that they charge people 25 grand for. They did it for $1,250, plus you fed 500 kids. By the way, the next ones they never sold, but they used it for marketing purposes. On-site VIP day, $7,500, feed 1,000 kids, and feed an entire community, feed 10,000 kids, $25,000. So get an idea, right? Range of prizes, range of things. Then you need to choose and build your platform. And you guys are going to stick around to the end. You'll get the replay of this. If you leave us a review, you'll get the slides with all the links. Kickstarter, Indigo, Publishizer, GoFundMe. This link here from Tom Mork talks about exactly how to structure these things and how to build it together. It's a few years old, but I looked at it recently. It's awesome still today. You'll love it. You can use a WordPress plugin site like Ignition Deck or WPNEO, or you can create your own site. And there's 11 choices with WordPress themes here, or you can use Squarespace, or you can use Claude Code and have it write your own site now. How long would it take, Christy, to create one of these, knowing if you have good knowledge of Claude to make this happen?
Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously you can create a page with Claude in 20 minutes.
Right,
right?
but the whole site with all the layers below that, like half a
Yeah,
day, right?
yeah, I would say it would take a
Yeah,
little bit longer to have everything work together well.
maybe a day, right? So lots of choices. Next, number 4, you got to drive traffic. Got to drive traffic to it. Once the site is ready, 5 to 6 week launch period. 5 to 6 weeks launch period. Most of your purchases will happen in the first 3 days and the last 3 days. So plan for that. Make sure your marketing partners mail the first 3 days or the last 3 days, not in the middle, because that won't get results for you. Market to your own audience, obviously. Get referral partners on board to promote, obviously, and then pay for traffic. Have cold traffic strategies from Facebook and LinkedIn to drive traffic for a fundraiser. Remember, you're raising funds for a good cause. Your marketing dollars go further when you do that. Plus, most marketing agencies will give you a deal if they're going to run it for you because it's for a good cause. Okay, next. Recognize and reward referrals. Properly done, you'll generate more than one referral for each sale. This is a super important part. We love contests. We love when we recommend something, we get rewarded for it. There's a software called UpViral. I'll show you a moment some screenshots. We ran, Christy and I and a few other people ran a Mastermind in Paradise contest and got hundreds of entries from it using this UpViral software. You could use something like that or your own software or find one or create one, frankly. But you definitely want to reward referrals. This was the Mastermind in Paradise. Some of you may have seen it actually and entered it. Miriam Angelo won this Marketers Cruise, a Marketers Cruise in our contest. Very cool. And in this one, it was a bonus entry sweepstakes, which meant for every person you referred, you got 10 more entries. That's an advanced play, but you should all be doing it if you're running a contest. Technically a sweepstakes. All right. Step number 7, open the floodgates. Open the floodgates. So now we've gone through all the 6 steps before. Decide, create a movement, launch your program, write your signature or triple your show up rate. That's the workshop. So now you know people love your program. Then you write your book. Notice the book comes after they know they love your program. And you're making money too, by the way, Darlene. You're making money from your program, and then you do your book because that way you're promoting the right thing.
Yeah.
If the goal of the book is to sell your high ticket program, you better make sure it's a high ticket program people want. If you work with us, we have a whole process for proving that out. But if you do this on your own, it's super important you make sure that people want it before you write your book about it. People come to us and say, I already got a book. Can I redo it? No. No. Do a second book, even if it's on the same topic. What do you mean a second book on the same topic? There are a lot of multi-book authors who write on the same topic over and over. Have you met Deepak Chopra? 870 books on the same topic. Breathe. End of topic. 870 books. I don't know, 900 books by now, probably. What time is it? 904 since we started the workshop. Like, same topic. Yes, you could have multiple books on the same topic, especially if this one is written to serve your purpose strategically.
Yeah.
All right. So now open the floodgates. So let's see if we can get into fancy dancy Zoom here. Should I do some artwork? I got time.
Oh, boy.
Woo!
I don't know if we could stand it. It's going to be so good.
I am an artiste. I am telling you, I could have made big money being an artist. If anyone knows me, they know that's a lie. Where's the... Oh, it's not there anymore. They moved it. They moved it. Not there. Where did they move it? Zoom, meeting, pause recording. I saw this the other day because I used it. Window. Gosh, where is the whiteboard? Oh, there it is, a little pencil. Come on. Come on, you little pencil. No, that's my notes. That's not it. Record.
So under mine, if you click more, there's a whiteboard option.
On the bottom?
Yep.
I missed it. Thank you. Good job.
Mhm.
Okay, new whiteboard. Continue. Okay, there we go. Whiteboard time. I've started a whiteboard sharing. Don't show this message again. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Brainstorm and visualize, add content. I don't want to get rid of that. There we go. Okay, so Here's my fancy, I tell you, it's worth every penny waiting for this fancy drawing. Can you see it on the screen, Christy?
We're still seeing the AI. Oh, there we go. Okay. That was just maybe me.
You can see the whiteboard?
I can. Yep. Can everybody
Okay,
else see it? The whiteboard? Okay.
Okay, so there's the river of life. This is the river of life. Okay, so what's in the river of life for you? Well, this is everything you value, everything that you care about, everything you want, right? Everything in life that you value and care about. I'm just going to make it here, right? It's going to be flowing down the river of life. This is cash flow, clients, impact, legacy, fun, joy, getting rid of stress, inner peace, giving back to causes you care about, taking your friends on vacations of a lifetime, whatever. That's your journey, okay? So now what you're going to do is you're going to go, and actually let's do this right. Let's do a shape. You're going to go create your swimming pool over here. There's your swimming pool. That's your business. For this metaphor, play with me. That's your business, right? And what are you going to do? Well, if you're like most people, you're going to take a bucket. All right. I'm going to go make this blue. And you're going to take your bucket from the swimming pool. You've dug a hole in the ground, and now you need to fill the swimming pool, right? So you're going to walk over to the river, and you're going to put your bucket in, and then you're going to walk back, and you're going to dump the bucket in the hole. And then you're going to walk over to the river, and you're going to get a bucket, and you're going to walk back and dump it in the hole. And then you're going to go to a BNI meeting and say, I help, blah, 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 and try and get some clients and go back over here. And then you're going to go to a chamber meeting, a networking thing, and go, I blah, 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 and you go over here and you go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And if this was a real hole in the dirt, what would happen to all the water you're dumping in the dirt? What would happen to all the water you're dumping in the dirt? It would just soak through. Yeah, Melinda, you got it. It would just soak through. So instead, what you want, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to scroll this down, make it red so it sticks up. You want to build a channel. Probably should use a straight line, but I'm going to draw. You want to build a channel all the way up to the river. And at the front of the river, there's a gate. We're going to put a gate on it. Okay. And then, super important, you build the channel from your swimming pool downstream. You pull it over here and you go downstream over there. Nice building construction, Tom. And then now you're going to go and you're going to start filling this thing. Because what's going to happen now? No, I don't want to erase. 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 Grab, erase, select. Where's the pen? Where'd the pen go? Uh-oh, I got rid of my pens. Eraser, grab, select. No, where'd my draw go? Erase, there we go. Highlighter, and we want to do the highlighter in red. We're going to do that over here. Okay, so now you open the floodgates up here. So you put together all the stuff we've talked about. You've got your movement figured out. You know who you're going to serve, who your common enemy is. You've launched your impact and legacy program. You've validated it. You filled your founder circle. You've got your signature book put together. It's awesome. You've got your workshop. It converts. It scales. You're running your strategic philanthropy bookshop. You've got hundreds or thousands of people going through your workshop, buying your book, loving your material. Now you open the floodgate. And these clients come in here and they come into your hole and they start filling your swimming pool up. And then it fills to the top. And guess what? Naturally, it floods over and goes on back into the river of life. And you're hiring assistants and VAs, and you're partnering with faculty members, and you're going on marketing cruises or business investor cruises to learn more and do more business and give back. And you're on bigger and better stages. And you literally cannot stop it unless you close your floodgate. That's what you want for your business. That's the business Christy recommended at the very beginning when she talked about this. Not the hamster wheel of pursuit and momentum and pursuit and resilience and fall down and bounce back and pursuit. The hustle world. That's not what you want. You want to have systems for each of those things. And then you and your team and your AI team are optimizing those systems. And you have cash flow when you're away on holidays. And you have cash flow if you get sick and you got to be flat on your back for a few weeks. And you have cash flow if someone comes to you with a cause they want you to support and you want to support it. And you have cash flow if a friend wants to launch a business and you want to support them and you don't care whether you get paid back or not, but you tell them it's a loan, but you don't care because you're supporting them. That's open the floodgates. That's open the floodgates. Step 7, open the floodgates. Step 8, well, I got good news and bad news. The good news is there's going to be chaos and frustration when you have a 6-figure business. Those of you that are there, you know this. There's going to be chaos and frustration when you have a 7-figure business. Good news, bad news. And guess what? I've now got one 8-figure business working on 2 others. There's chaos and frustration in 8-figure businesses too. And I guarantee if we were talking to someone that had started and ran a 9-figure business, they would say there's chaos and frustration too. So we're going to spend a few minutes to show you how to eliminate chaos and frustration from that level of business so that you're ready for the next level of chaos and frustration. I learned this from Michael Gerber when I was an eMyth consultant with Michael. It's called How to Permanently Eliminate Chaos and Frustration in Your Business using a counterintuitive strategy called the Key Frustrations Process. Here's the quote from Albert Einstein. This is the key to this. In the middle of difficulty lies opportunity. My goal in the next few minutes is to show you the process. You're not going to master it, but you can master the mindset change. The mindset change is to embrace chaos as an opportunity, because this is how most of us treat chaos and frustration. And when we don't get it handled, this is what happens. It builds. How many people's online filing system looks like this guy's office? Up until last week, that was me too, right, Christy?
Yeah, it's great now.
Not anymore, baby. But as of last week and for the last 10 years, that's my online office. Chaos and frustration like crazy, right? This is such a cool process. It permanently eliminates chaos and frustration if you follow it. There are 7 steps to the process. The first is to state it as a single frustration. Most of us group them together. Mm-hmm. Then restate it as a system-directed frustration. Then uncover and quantify the true frustrating condition. Then identify the generic system solution. Then affirm your commitment to solve it. Then use AI to actually define the solution. Here, AI is your friend. And then roll it out. Implement the solution. That's the 7 steps. So the first step is state it as a single. And by the way, I teach this in 5 minutes, 45 minutes, and in 5 hours. So you're not going to get all of it, but you're going to get the concept right now. Take your frustration, restate it as a single frustration. I don't have time to grow my business. That's like 17 frustrations built into one. I don't have time for lead generation, consistent lead generation. Now we're getting somewhere. Is that all of your frustrations? No, that's taking part of the big one and breaking it down into little ones. I don't have time for consistent lead generation. We can deal with that, right? Now, the frustration, is it your fault? Is it their fault? Which one? Is it your fault? Is it their fault? Most of your frustrations. Well, here's the thing. If you're an entrepreneur, most of the time you blame yourself. Hey, there you go, Melinda. Most of the time you blame yourself. If you blame other people, that's actually a clue you might be better as an employee than as an entrepreneur. If you're always pointing fingers at you are bad, this is bad, if you're a complainer type that's always complaining about everything not working the way you want it to work rather than being part of the solution. I'll give you a good example. I see Lawrence Gold here. Lawrence has been helping us troubleshoot a problem with the Strategic Alliance Community Directory. Every email is about how we solve it together, how we help us get somewhere. That's good feedback, right? And we're both working on trying to figure out what's the missing system that's causing it, right, Lawrence? To do that, right? So that's healthy. But if Lawrence was like, your stuff sucks, you suck, you're terrible, you suck, we wouldn't have had a lot of dialogue, I promise. Right? So blaming other people, blaming yourself, pretty normal. Here's the good news, bad news. It's neither. It's a missing system. It's a missing system. So number 2, you restate it as a missing system. Number 3, you then dig into it. Do you have it figured out or are you just guessing? What's causing it? How often does it happen? How does it manifest itself? How does it show up? Well, I did this process and it didn't work. Well, let's look at it. What didn't work? What didn't work? What parts of it worked? What parts of it didn't work? Identify the generic system solution. Once you're sure in 3, you then come up with the general solution. I need a system for consistent lead flow for my strategic philanthropy workshop. Okay. That now you can go to solve it, but you don't solve it yet, but now you can go to solve it. So steps 1 to 4, you want to train your team, your clients, your people, your board members, your mastermind members to do steps 1 to 4. And then step 5 is about affirming your commitment to solve it. Once you do this right, you'll have 50, 60, 70 frustrations. I promise you. 50, 60, 70 frustrations. Then you want to decide which ones in which order. Which ones in which order? That's affirming your commitment. Super important. Don't skip that one, especially you guys who want to jump straight to the solution. Okay? You don't. Take time. And then step 6, now you're defining the specific solution, massive breakthrough, and you go and you use AI to flush it out. Incredibly effective for this. What used to take weeks to flush out, now you can flush out in minutes if you're asking the right questions. And then you roll it out. You still need to roll it out. You still need to train your team. You still need to put controls in it to make sure it gets tested and validated. So that's the process. You will absolutely love and adore it. It's a game changer for your life and your business if you apply it. And yes, it works in your life as well as your business. I am only a master of applying this in your business. I'm not a master at applying this in your life, so don't ask me for advice there. There's plenty more qualified people in this room than me on that subject. Christy, anything you want to add to that part before we jump on?
I'm just glad that we got to it. The last couple workshops, we never got to the last section. So this was
right
great.
on time, baby.
No, but we're doing good.
Right on time.
Even with the extra coaching, this is great.
Yeah. All right. So biggest takeaway out of the key frustrations process, drop it in the hashtag takeaway. What have we covered so far? The 8 steps to building a 7-figure impact business. How to write a great business book in 30 days. The 8 key myths, which was really 5. Remember, 5 key myths and challenges you want to shatter to build a 7-figure impact business. How to create a tribe of raving fans to eagerly buy your book. That's the Strategic Philanthropy book launch. Why the Ascension model is dead and what you want instead. How to generate 9 times the leads, 3 times the sales. That's the Strategic Risk Reversal model. How to triple your show-up rate and double your conversions. That's the workshop format. It's a lot of stuff we've covered in the last 3.5 hours, but you're going to have questions. How do you take these strategies and apply it on a practical and tactical level? Where do you even start to try and figure out your first or your next step? How do you make sure, this is so important for Christy and I. How do you make sure a month from now, you're not back in the exact same spot you are now? Back to business as usual? That would drive us crazy, right? How do you make time to get this done as soon as possible? Or how do you hire someone to do it for you right away? How do you make sure your business is ready for the increase in prospects and clients that will come once you start to open your floodgates? And what happens when you get stuck or you run into challenges? How do you get unstuck quickly and smoothly? Well, there's 2 choices, right? Choice number 1, you do this on your own. Choice number 2, you do it with our help. We are not of the opinion, like in a webinar, what are you supposed to say here, Earl? Oh yeah, you can do this on your own, but you're a loser if you do it. Big loser. You'll never win. You suck. You're destined to fail. You know what? In a webinar, it's true, actually, because they don't give you all the training. We've given you the entire method. We've covered it fast. We went through it fast, but you're going to get the replay because you're all sticking around. You can watch it over and over and over. Now that you've paid to come once, you can reattend for free. Some of you are already reattending here as many times as you want. You can do this on your own. Of course, it'll take you longer. Of course, it'll cost you more because we figured out a bunch of stuff. But you can totally do this on your own. So if that's how you're wired, all we ask is keep us in the loop. Let us know how it's going. But you can totally do this on your own. Option 1. Option 2, our help. And as promised earlier on, we're going to take about 20 minutes and share how that works. Give us 2 years and we'll help you generate 1 million in sales, guaranteed. First, we'll help you create your impact and legacy program that guarantees results. And we'll help you fill your founder circle. Then we'll help you generate a way to sell that program that's easy and scalable without you having to become pushy or salesy at all. And then we'll help you write and launch your business book and scale to $1 million in sales in 2 years or less, guaranteed. Imagine, what would you be willing to do if you could sell your program within 90 days and generate cash flow? Have a full strategic philanthropy workshop created to help educate, inspire, and motivate your ideal target market to invest in your impact and legacy program. Have an exceptional business book done for you. Raise a bunch of money for a cause you believe in. Create a tribe of at least 1,000 raving fans. We call this the 7-Figure Book Launch Program, helping experienced coaches, practitioners, and speakers and industry experts build a 7-figure impact business in 2 years or less, guaranteed. There are 5 stages to all of our programs, including ours, right? Stage 1 is called Ignite. The finish line for stage 1, you complete your More Life self-assessment and your impact and legacy roadmap. See, for us, you have to have more profit and more life, or it's not a good win. You need both. Stage 1 prize, you have a clear vision of what creating a 7-figure impact business will be for you and are confident in getting an additional 7 figures of sales in your business. Stage 2, Unleash. You have validated your program and sold your first 3 to 5 program participants. Stage 2 prize, you've earned at least $12,500 cash and at least $50,000 in sales. Notice the difference between the two numbers. We'll teach you to do what we do. You don't want all your money up front. You want to link it to their results. We link it to your results, same thing. So cash collected is different than sales. Stage 3, catapult. Stage 3, finish line, your entire strategic philanthropy workshop is launched. The prize, you have an amazing lead generation machine to drive traffic from all directions and a high converting event ready to inspire right fit clients to apply for your program. Stage 4, empowered. Stage 4, finish line, your new book is complete. You successfully finished your strategic philanthropy book launch and generated a tribe of at least 1,000 raving fans. The stage 4 prize, you have a book launch party. You celebrate this amazing gift to the world. You feel an amazing sense of accomplishment for not only launching your book, but building a tribe of raving fans, impacting your cause and monetizing your mission. Stage 5 is called Scale. You've generated 1 million in sales. You've massively increased your impact, influence, and income, and are inspired to continue to take this to the world. You finally have a business that allows you to live the life you've always wanted. So what's in it for you? A 7-figure impact business with a fully scalable approach. Plenty of qualified leads. Landing clients without pitching. Our screen and qualify process versus pitch and pursue, it's just so much easier. It's so much more genuine. It's also a lot more fun. And with high ticket, it works better than manipulating people and pressuring people to buy. Number 4, done for you by experts. Christy and I have 62 years of sales, marketing, and technology experience. Instead of you having to figure out what to do on your own, our team will create and launch your business book and multiple other done-for-you components. No more guesswork, no more tech headaches, no more surprise expenses, so you can focus on what you do best. Everything you need in one place. In fact, we literally have you sign a pledge that you don't buy anything else from anyone else unless your coach signs off. Why? Because to do your first $1 million in sales, you don't need anything else. Everything is included here. Now, sometimes those other things might be an accelerator. Most of the time, they're a distraction. Most of the time, they're a distraction, and we'll talk you out of it. Guaranteed results. In our risk reverse model, you only pay 12.5% upfront. The rest is linked to your results. And as your partner, we have aligned outcomes. And actually, we're doing something today on the aligned outcomes that will blow your mind to make it affordable for every single one of you. It'll absolutely blow your mind. If you know this world and the world we operate in, you're about to have your mind blown on this. And we're super, super excited about it. Consistent cash flow and a scalable 7-figure impact business. With a carefully curated strategic plan built around you, you finally have massive visibility and impact you've been looking for in the first place. By building on the right model, the more you grow, the more time you have, not less time. So how do we help you get results? How can we guarantee results? We have 8 ways we help you deliver skills, accountability, and mentorship. The first is the Jumpstart launch call. You sit down, and we're now doing this one-on-one. Christy's going to do this one-on-one with each of you. And we mentioned earlier that if you're not a good fit, this is when she'll tell you and she'll give you your commitment feedback, right? But for most of you, you will be the right fit. We're going to go through and map out the high level of what we brainstormed earlier in the workshop live with a couple of people. Who should you be serving? What's the outcome? What's the game we should be doing? So we can start the blueprinting process. We also help you implement your validation strategy as soon as possible so you can prove to yourself and your marketplace that it will sell before you sell it. Super powerful part of the process. Learning Center, online learning center with tons of training and support, of course, in the cloud, allows you to watch when it's convenient for you. Group coaching calls, 3 weeks of the month. There are calls to be mentored by the 7-figure business book launch team. The calls focus you on teaching your strategies to optimize your business and your life. You'll attend 1 call a week. There are multiple calls, but you only attend 1 call. 1 call a week the first 3 weeks of the month. The last week of the month, no calls. We happen to believe every entrepreneur should take the last week of the month off. I do that in all the businesses I'm involved with. I love it. It's the way to go. It's the way it should be done. You can also run your special events then, or you can travel, or you can do your business cruises or whatever as well. But the group coaching calls are a big part of this process to leverage that. You get the individualized attention because it's really one-on-one coaching in a group setting. Exactly when you need it, exactly where you're at in the journey. Done for you strategic philanthropy workshop. You get an entire workshop like you're seeing here, customized for you. That's something you can buy from Christy and I for $25,000, $12,500 up front, $12,500 when you do $250,000 in sales. Happy to do it for you anytime. It's included in this program. 24/7 community access through a special Slack channel. This is really important for non-mission critical things, tactical things. You don't want strategic things coming through your Slack channel. You want to have conversations with live people on that. But for tactical things, I'm thinking of this or this for my next lead magnet, or I'm thinking of this or this for this topic title for my summit. What do you guys think would be best for me? Stuff like that. Really good. And you get feedback by the time you wake up the next morning. You get feedback from all sorts of people, not just Christy and I, but all sorts of people in the program. Some further ahead than you, some in the same place as you. Accountability partner. You'll be assigned your own accountability partner who will set goals with you every week of the program. You spend 15 minutes, set 4 goals for the week, review how you did on your last 4. And they do the same with you. 15 minutes, boom, 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 boom. 30% more results when we use this. You should be doing this with your people. 30% more results. Done for you book. We'll interview you to extract your genius following the framework of your signature program, and we'll create the entire thing done for you. Professional cover, ISBN numbers, all of the stuff for a world-class book, and it'll look like a world-class book. There are a whole bunch of people that put self-published books out that Christy or I, or probably most of you, can pick up, flip it open, and go, amateur. Instantly. And some of you don't even know why it's amateur. You just feel it immediately, right? A properly designed book, for example, every page is hard-coded. It's not a Google Doc with 45 pages wrapping. That's an amateur book, right? So this is a world-class book. You'll absolutely love it. A done-for-you strategic philanthropy book launch, the entire thing we talked about. You don't have to do any of it except brainstorm with us the cause and the rewards and help recruit referral partners, which is where you should be focused. So what's the catch? That's a lot of stuff, right? What's the catch? Well, it's a fairly new program. And while we're combining the best work from our experience in the last decade to what we believe is the best business book program on the planet, you'll still be one of the first 25 people in it. And that means there's really only 2 things we can promise you. Number 1, there will be chaos as we figure this out. Right? What does that mean? If you can't handle some chaos, do not apply right now. We don't have everything figured out. We got some stuff figured out, some stuff sort of figured out, and some stuff not even close. And you need to know that. You're going to be part of the process of figuring it out. If you can embrace that, perfect timing. Because once we have it all figured out, it's going to cost a lot more and a lot more upfront, obviously. But for now, it's way better economically for you to play that game if you can embrace some chaos. Number two, if you don't give up on yourself, we won't give up on you. This is super important. There's 3 reasons. Well, I won't have time to get into that. But what I can say is this. A lot of people buy high-ticket programs and don't get results. It ought to be criminal how bad our industry is. People buying high-ticket programs and not getting results. And if you look at those programs, payments are not linked to results. You're paying regardless. Or they're linked to a calendar maybe, but not your result. Their calendar. Another month, another payment. Let's go. Another month, another payment. Right? We want you to get results no matter what. And in our case, 87.5% of our fee is linked to that. So you better believe Christy's going to do everything in her power to motivate, cajole, support, pat you on the back, kick you in the ass, drag you around on her Harley if she has to, whatever, for you to get results. Because our outcomes are aligned. That's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. We're going to work as smart and hard as we can. Fair enough? But it gets even better. So 2 very special included bonuses. I mentioned these, but I want to just reinforce them. And then we're going to talk about extra bonuses, of course. The Done For You business book, right? If you hired Christy when she was doing books, she charged $25,000 or more for everything that's involved in doing the book on its own. And if you want to hire her to do that, and she likes you and likes you enough for what you're doing, you can pay her $25,000 and she'll do that for you, right? That's included. And the Done For You workshop. We talked about that already. $25,000. We charge $12,500 up front, $12,500 at the end, guarantee you $250,000 in sales. $50,000 in real value bonuses. Plus, because we believe in rewarding fast action, we have 2 final take action now super bonuses. One very simple and powerful, and one very powerful. But only for those who decide to apply for this program. Well, actually, it's over the next 72 hours. That's what we decided, Christy. I forgot. Over the next 72 hours. So 20% of you can decide on the spot, right? Yes or no. 80% need some time to think about it. And so if you decide to apply over the next 72 hours, you get these 2 bonuses. And they're both pretty freaking epic. The first one, talk about this one, Christy. It's awesome.
Yeah, so I've been, as I mentioned earlier, in the publishing space for a long time. And many of that has been by doing these co-authored books. And the great thing about being in a co-authored book is it does give you huge visibility. Now, we know the goal is more than visibility, it's to get high ticket clients. However, a co-authored book is not necessarily designed for that. It's designed to help you really, I lost the picture, but
yeah,
so
I'm changing the words. The words are wrong.
Oh, oops. It's designed to get you massive visibility, become an Amazon bestseller. And most importantly, what I think is really key is, did I not update that and save it? Maybe I updated, I didn't save it.
Mine wasn't updated, so there you go.
Oh, gotcha. It's also designed to help you get clarity around your story. I think our story is so important. It's the key to our messaging. If you're getting into using AI with more of your business, you want to make sure that the business brand brain of what you're doing is kind of it's informed what your story is, because you don't want to be like everybody else in the industry. You want to be your uniqueness, and your uniqueness is what makes you different than your competition. So what we're going to do is I will interview you, write the story for you. You can take it as it is, modify it, or you can use it as a foundation, make your own changes. But so far, everybody loves the result. And then we're going to be featuring you in our next co-authored book. It's going to be called Brilliance Unleashed. You'll be an Amazon bestselling author. You'll get a ton of visibility. You'll have a lead magnet in your book. And we have a lot of different platforms we'll get you in front of, including our podcast that will have more ways for you to get more visibility, build your tribe, And it'll be a second book that you'll get with us, and you'll get this one right away.
So Christy said this very quickly, co-authored book. So if you're
Co-authored.
not familiar with that term, that means multiple people in the same book, right? And you become co-authors. Some of you know that, some of you don't. So I just want to make sure. And that's a $3,000 value all day long, all
Yep.
day long. Plus, I think the best part is you get clear in your story now. And that
Yes.
sets the foundation for a lot of your marketing, your signature talks, your signature book to come, all kinds of cool things.
And I'm
Number one.
finding that it's been really helpful too in creating the program, because we want your message to lead to the program, and we want the call to action of your book. Like, we want everything to fit together. And so I'm finding it's actually helping us build better programs for our clients.
And the second, our entire Scale to Seven Figures Mastermind for 2 years.
Mhm.
This is one of my most profitable, best masterminds. I personally lead it right now. I can't say I will forever, but as long as I can, I will be leading it. It's called the Scale to Seven Figures Mastermind. I've charged as much as $100,000 a person, $25,000 down for this mastermind. We called it the $1 Million Strategic Alliance Mastermind at the time. But now I put a $25,000 value on this one because that was the cash up front we charged before. This is included. And this runs across multiple brands and programs that I'm involved with. And I personally run this. I've coached over 10,000 entrepreneurs now. I've been in this space 39 years, made and lost millions multiple times. You get me running this mastermind with you, 25,000 a year, 2 years through this program. And if you apply, it says before the workshop ends, but if you apply within 72 hours of the end of this workshop. Next, what's your investment? Okay, by now you're going, oh my gosh, that's a lot of stuff. It's got to be a fortune. Well, it's a high ticket program. It's not cheap. Let's total it up, right? The entire Impact and Legacy high ticket program, 25,000, 24 months of full coaching. Oh, we didn't tell you this. You get 24 months of full coaching, right? Christy's our lead coach. I'm involved. We have other people on the faculty. Business book, workshop, event bonuses, the co-authored book, and 2 full years in the mastermind. All total, that's 178,000. Real value, real number stuff, right? Of course, you're not paying 178,000, but it's still real money. The entire 7-figure book launch program is $100,000 with all the done for you and done with you components and the run for you components. And since we believe in guaranteeing results, just like we teach, it's 12.5% down and everything else linked to results. That's $12,500 and everything else linked to results. So your next step, if you decide to join us, is to go to this shortcut. We'll put the link in the chat, ravingfans.org/apply. You will see 2 choices. One, if you want to do the pay in full path, you put down $1,250 and says, I'll have me. I'm in if you'll have me. I'm in if you'll have me. Here's my $1,250. Let's go. Let's talk. The other option is if you want us to finance that $12,500. Remember we said you should provide financing? We're serious about that. I'm going to talk about that in a second. So you get 2 choices when you fill that out. Both options come with our risk-free triple guarantee. Viable program guarantee number 1. You don't make the second $12,500 payment until you sell your first $50,000 of your program. So you pay $12,500 to show you're serious. You pay the next $12,500 once you've done $50,000 of your program. Second is the no more expenses guarantee. No time during the entire book launch program are we going to come to you for any operational expenses on any of the things we described to you. Tech, editing, book production, websites, staffing, any of this stuff is all included. We've got multiple VAs helping our team right now, all included. You don't pay extra for any of this stuff, nor should you. The whole idea is to make your life easier, not more complex. And there's a bunch of things you're using now that you won't need to use that'll save you money. We'll get to that in a second. And the $1 million guarantee, the final $50,000 isn't paid until you sell $1 million in sales. Not until you sell $1 million in sales. And if you don't get that within 2 years, you don't owe us a dime, ever. You don't owe us a dime ever. Oh, I forgot. We have 2 more fast mover bonuses. But wait, there's more. There should be a Ginsu knife there. For the first 10 of you to apply, how many we got in this room? 42. Yeah, so this applies. For the first 10 of you that apply, and it says today, again, that's for the next 72 hours. There's 2 extra bonuses we're going to give each and every one of you. The first is an entire software subscription support stack, an entire Go High level software stack that if you buy all the parts and pieces separately would cost you about $6,084. Your CRM, your marketing automation, your subscriptions, best in breed, all set up for you running so you don't have to worry about that ever again. And support people to help you run that going forward. And a complete done for you strategic lead magnet funnel. All of us need a start to our funnel to attract the right people so then you can invite them to your workshop and other things that you're doing. We're going to do a complete turnkey lead magnet funnel for you, valued $2,500. So you've got that system in place as well. For those that choose to pay in full, right, we got an incredible financing deal for those of you that don't have a bunch of cash sitting around. But if you do have the cash, we can use it to serve our clients better. We've got a really cool bonus. And it's a brand new one. We've never, ever offered this. We were brainstorming today. What could we do special for you? Because the payment plan one is so amazing. Most of you are going to take that. Let's be real. When you see it, you're going to be like, oh, damn. But if you can pay in full, here's what we're going to do. We're going to build an entire AI agent team for you. 7 done for you AI agents up and running in 2026 for lead gen, lead conversion, managing your emails, supporting your team. There's actually a portfolio of options. We're going to pick the 7 that are the best fit for you and your business. And Christy and I and our team, heavy lean on the team for this. Christy's the master of this, but not me. Will create these agents for you in your system and have them up and running. It's not give you some stuff and you got to do all the work for it. It's done, completely done for you. If you do the painful option. That would easily cost $25,000 if you hired Catherine O'Leary or Christy Ruffino to do that on their own. So we're pretty excited about that. Why so much value right now? Great question. We're launching this global movement. Our goal is to serve and support at least 100 coaches to build their 7-figure impact business. And to do that, the first 25 clients need to crush it. So we built in multiple done-for-you components to ensure our first clients get results fast. We want to give you overwhelming value so you become a raving fan and refer others. That's the only way we're going to get to 100. We're not going to get to 100 one at a time. We're going to get to 100 with you getting in, getting great results, and referring other people. So that's why we've added in all these things. But as I mentioned earlier, some of you, cash is tight. Let's go to gallery mode. How many of you love what they're seeing, but they're like, man, oh man, I don't have a bunch of cash sitting around. I love this, but I don't have a bunch of cash sitting around. Who's honest enough to share that? They're cash tight. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you. 5, 6, 7. There it is. Yeah, we're reluctant. We're always reluctant. Here's what I can tell you. Don't be reluctant. Be aware.
Mm-hmm.
The greatest decisions I made in my business career have come when I didn't have enough cash to cover the bills that day.
Mm.
The greatest decisions of my life, business decisions, right? So don't separate lack of cash flow with your desire to create cash flow in the future. Everywhere, not just here, not just with us today, but anytime you're faced with this, it's super important for you, right? We believe don't let the lack of cash flow today stop you from producing it tomorrow. So here's the deal. If you think you're a good fit for this, $500 a month and you're in. Yeah, we'll charge you interest. If you pay it off sooner, you can save some interest. But $500 a month, and you get the entire $100,000 program, 12.5 up front, all of the bonuses, all of the training, all of the support, the high ticket program, the workshop, all of the things included. We don't want money to be the reason you say no to yourself. We don't want money to be the say, no, if you can't do $500 a month, don't do it. We don't want your lunch money. We don't want you sleeping on the street. That's not what this is about. But we do want to help you. And we do want to do everything we can to make you grow and scale. So if you want to come play, ravingfans.org/apply. The chat will be, the link will be in the chat here. If you're watching the rebroadcast, it'll be below the video somewhere. And you'll see 2 choices. One is the $500 a month option. That's the second choice. And the first choice is $1,250 now and the balance on full pay. So you can pick either one. We're happy with either one. And then Christy will set up a call. And in both cases, the launch call, she'll go through. And if it's a great fit, off we go. And if it's not a great fit, get your deposit back and off you go. We shake hands and stay friends. All right, we're going to open up for questions. 1 minute, exactly on time. How's that? Woohoo! On anything, by the way, the questions on anything, any of the content, the offer, any of the stuff we covered, any of the stuff that's bugging you, and we'll talk in a moment. Now, let me quickly do the replays because I want to make sure we end on time. First off, thank you for investing your time and money. We so appreciate it. If you want the slides from today, connect with Christy on LinkedIn and post a review. ravingfans.org/Christy will take you to her LinkedIn page. You connect with her, First Degree, if you're not already, and she'll send you a recommendation request, which is LinkedIn speak for a review. If you're already connected to Christy, just go on there, scroll down, write your own, and send it. When we get it, we send you the slides. We send you the slides. The replay, just drop in your chat your email address, and we'll send the replay out to you from today because you were here at the start. You're here now. Drop your email address in, the one you signed up with, so it lines up, and we'll get that sent out to you. All right, now let's open up for questions. Thank you, by the way, for those that got a boogie. Thank you so much. For those that have questions, raise your cyber hand, and we can actually speak to you live. That's the nice thing about a live event. And we'll take some questions if you've got some questions. Christy, you see any?